Chapter 11:10, Third Bilocation. Blue Feather was struck by Lin Don's bilocation's void god punch that contained divine power. After spraying out a mouthful of blood, his body quickly flew forward. From the moment he swung his sword to resist, the entire process was completely out of Blue Feather's control. The recoil of the first collision. The second time he was sneak attacked, the tremendous force that hit his back. All of them were initiated by half-step void god level powerhouses that simply couldn't dislodge such a massive force. Boom! Lin Don's main body moved at this time as well, under the horrified gaze of Xian Yuanshou at his side. Exploding with a half-step void god level aura, his body rushed forward to meet Blue Feather. Shoo! At the same time, holding the evil breaker sword, he slashed out. The red sword blade sped away. Before Blue Feather could stop his body, another huge crisis descended in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Lin Don, who was rushing over in front of him. His heart was in a state of panic. Lin Don was actually a half-step void god level? How did he hide his true strength? Why had he not discovered it even after using numerous means? What kind of treasures did this kid have on him? He was actually able to hide it so well. And where did that sneak attacker behind him come from? If he knew that there were 3 half-step void god levels in the Star Void realm, how could he possibly commit such an irrational death-seeking act? He would have long ago found a way to leave the Star Void realm first. What Blue Feather did not know was, what Lin Don used to hide his strength was the product of a god-level civilization. It was also something that had helped him all the way to the present, the super-godly system. The 9th level civilization appeared to be only 1 level away from the god-level civilization. In reality, it was a world of difference. Completely incomparable. God-level civilizations belong to civilizations that only existed in legends. No one has ever seen it with their own eyes. Some people said that the entire universe was a 10th level civilization. 9th level civilization for it is equivalent to a small cell just. How big is the gap between the two? It was even greater than the gap between Earth, which was less than a 1st level civilization, and the 9th level civilization, Spirit Land Domain. Blue Feather naturally could not discover Lin Don's secret with the means of a 9th level civilization. He was too conceited. Thinking that a small level 7 civilization, whose highest battle strength was only the peak of the Saint Realm, was not at his mercy? With the strength of a half-step void god level, it was enough to sweep across the entire Star Void realm. Unfortunately, the 7th level civilization of the Star Void realm gave Blue Feather a resounding slap in the face. It made him dizzy. A crisis descended ahead. Lin Don's body and the sword he had just chopped out arrived in front of Blue Feather at almost the same time. The evil breaking sword in his hand chopped out once again. Unable to dodge, Blue Feather could only receive it hard. Forcibly swinging out his Ice Spirit Divine Sword, he clashed with Lin Don's evil breaking sword. Ding! The two swords clashed. The first crisis was eliminated first. At the same time, the second crisis. The red sword also arrived. Facing this sword Ice Spirit Excalibur could not be retrieved. One could only think of other ways. At this moment, Lan Yu made a shocking move. He even directly stretched out his left hand, preparing to go and catch this red sword However, Blue Feather's left hand was wrapped in a massive blue light as he stretched it out. This massive blue light was the innate skill of the Blue Clan. It had a strong devouring effect. The left hand grabbed the red sword The imagined bloody image did not appear. Blue Feather really caught this attack chopped out by Lin Don with his bare hands. The red sword aura was being gradually weakened under the devouring of the blue light. Just like that, Blue Feather swung his sword with his right hand to parry Lin Don's attack. With his left hand, he used the Blue Clan's natural skill to slowly devour the red sword aura. Under the hasty response, he had actually perfectly neutralized Lin Don's surprise attack. It had to be said that Blue Feather was worthy of being from the Blue Clan of a 9th level civilization. Even after sleeping for more than 1,000,000 years and having just awakened, his strength was unrivaled. Lin Don unleashed 2 doppelgangers, together with his own main body, a total of 3 half-step void god level combatants, and was still blocked by him. Although injured. But it was not fatal. Liking to brag was a result of Blue Feather's character. With this kind of strength, he did also deserve to be a Heaven's Pride level figure in the Spirit Land Domain. Blue Feather, who had temporarily resolved the crisis, did not have a hint of relaxation. A fiery pain came from his back. The damage caused to him by that strike just now was not small. Fighting alone against 3 half-step void god level powerhouses, only Blue Feather himself knew the degree of danger involved. If he wasn't careful, he would be seriously injured and then trapped and killed. One had to find a way to escape as soon as possible. One only needed to be able to break away from the battle circle and escape from the 3 siege. They would not be able to catch up with themselves once one escapes. From then on, the sea was wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky was high enough for birds to fly. When he returned to the Spirit Land domain, he would bring along the strongest members of his family and come to avenge today. Blue Feather hated Lindong's teeth. He had never thought about it. He had just awakened and had to face such a desperate situation. He also thought that he would be blessed after a great calamity and that the next time would be the time for him to show off his skills. As a result, he was plunged into a crisis before he even started. A 7th-level civilization was actually hiding 3 half-step void god levels? Could it be that the heavens were targeting him? Such an almost impossible event had come across him. Lan Yu forced himself to resist the urge to curse. The 2 swords clashed. The owner of the sword was naturally very close. Lindong looked at Blue Feather, who was close at hand. The corner of his mouth hooked out a smile. The killing heart had already moved. He would not have any further hesitation. Lindong, who was holding the sword in his right hand. With his left hand, he swung his fist and slammed it into Blue Feather's face. The seemingly simple punch contained divine power within it. There was no way for Blue Feather to block this punch as both of his hands were held back. However, it was as if he had prepared for it. 2 blue lights shot out from his eyes. The blue light was obviously odd, and Lindong did not want to receive it hard. However, at such a close distance, it was too late to dodge. The 2 came into contact and the blue light directly wrapped around Lindong's fist. Lindong realized that something was wrong. The power of the blue light was not great, but it seemed to be devouring his own energy. He hurriedly retracted his fist and tried to shake off the blue light, but to no avail. The blue light was like a maggot attached to the bone, tightly wrapping around his left hand and getting tighter and tighter. What's the point? Lindong focused his divine power on his fist and violently shook it. The blue light was finally dispersed. It seemed that it was only divine power that could restrain the blue light, and there was nothing that holy power could do. Blue Feather did not expect Lindong to disarm his natural skill so quickly. He had thought that he would be able to cause him a little more trouble. Anyone who could become a half-step void god level was indeed a savior. Even this tiny 7th-level civilization was the same. The red sword on was already about to be devoured by Blue Feather, and immediately he was able to free up his left hand. Although it was not enough to resolve all the cut marks, at least it would not be too disadvantageous when facing Lindong. It was at this critical moment. Without warning, another small spatial crack appeared silently behind Blue Feather. From the spatial crack, a hand reached out. Shattering space palm. A voice came out from within the crack. A palm was then imprinted at Blue Feather's undershirt. Lindong's 3rd doppelganger struck. Chapter 11:11 Reason. This palm of Lindong's 3rd doppelganger solidly imprinted at Blue Feather's undershirt. The divine power carried by the air-shattering palm directly penetrated through his body, injuring Blue Feather's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. But a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spurted out, and his body leaned forward. The power of this palm wasn't great, it wasn't even close to the Void God Fist just now. But the place where it worked was different. The effect produced was also different. The Void God Fist caused external injuries. The divine body that had successfully transformed a part of it had already had a strong defense, so the damage was naturally limited. The void-shattering palm, on the other hand, injured the 5 organs and 6 bowels. Regardless of whether it was a saint body or a god body, the weakest place was the internal organs. So the damage caused by this strike to Blue Feather was far greater than the Void God Fist, completely upgrading him from a minor injury to a seriously injured body. Intense pain swept through. It caused Blue Feather's breath to weaken drastically. Even he could not withstand such an injury. Lindong retreated in a smooth manner. Feeling the drop in strength in Blue Feather's hand, he held the evil breaking sword in his right hand and retracted it. At the same time, it reversed a direction. A sword was swung out from the bottom to the top. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. Bluefeather's right hand detached from his body and was chopped down by Lin Dong's evil breaking sword. A figure suddenly appeared and grabbed Bluefeather's chopped down right hand, removed the ice spirit divine sword, and threw the arm away. It was none other than Lin Dong's third doppelganger who had just sneak attacked Bluefeather. The other two doppelgangers followed and pressed up at this time. Lin Dong's main body retreated a distance away. Four silhouettes stood in the four directions in front of, behind, and to the right of Bluefeather, surrounding him in the center. 3 of them were wearing masks. At this moment, Bluefeather was in a very miserable state. His body was streaked with blood. Blood was still continuously flowing out from the corners of his mouth. The right hand that was originally holding the ice spirit divine sword had also been chopped off by Lin Dong, turning him into a one-armed man. The left hand was holding the place where the arm was broken. Bluefeather gritted his teeth and showed a pained expression on his face. His internal organs were shocked and his right arm was chopped off. The 2 serious injuries caused Bluefeather to endure immense pain. Looking at Lin Dong in front of him, Bluefeather's heart was desolate. 4. Not 3, but 4 whole. The Star Void realm had actually hidden 4 half-step Void God-level powerhouses. Even in a frontal battle, it would be impossible for him to fight 4 with 1 even if he used all his means. Not to mention the fact that these guys weren't even martial, sneaking in from the shadows. In just 1 round, he himself was heavily broken into and even lost his ice spirit divine sword. This battle came and went quickly. From start to finish, it took an extremely short amount of time. Before the onlookers of the Saint Realm had time to react, the battle was over. An unbelievable picture appeared in their eyes. 4 half-step Void God-level powerhouses stood in 4 directions. Bluefeather was in the center, his body already in tatters, having lost his right arm and his sword. What shocked everyone the most was Lin Dong was actually a half-step Void God level as well. This was something that no one had expected. How did he suddenly become a half-step Void God level when he was clearly at the late stage of the true Saint level? Simply stunned, everyone was speechless. One by one, their mouths grew and they stared at what was in front of them. Gongzi! Miserable screams rang out. The one who let out the miserable scream was the Qianru clan who had returned to her senses. Gongzi! Then the other 3 followed with a miserable cry. The Gongru clan sisters couldn't believe their eyes. What had they seen? Their own male son had actually had his arm cut off, lost his sword, and had blood pouring out of his mouth. Wanting to rush over. But the blue light wrapped around the outside of their bodies restricted their movements, and they could only look at Bluefeather, who was surrounded after being seriously injured. The miserable voices of the 4 also woke up the others. Shen Yuanshou, Pang Zhong, and the others looked at Lin Dong and smiled bitterly. Half-step Void God level ah! Who would have thought that this brat Lin Dong was also a half-step Void God level? It was truly unbelievable. There was also. Where did the other 2 half-step Void Gods come from? For had appeared in the Star Void realm so suddenly? They had lived in the Star Void realm for so many years from birth until now, as if they had only truly understood this 7th level civilization this time. Lin Dong! You even arranged for someone to sneak attack in the dark. The face of a half-step Void God level powerhouse has been disgraced by you. You don't even deserve to ignite the divine flame. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Bluefeather said as he endured the severe pain. It's just a matter of becoming a king or losing a bandit. Where in this world is there so much fairness to speak of? Isn't history always written by the victor? If you say such words now, it is just because you are on the weaker side. I don't believe that you have never shaded anyone else in your life. Lin Dong replied coldly. You are simply shameless. Bluefeather was actually unable to retort for a moment. He had shaded people too many times. It was basically too many to count. We are just like each other. Besides, why not be happy when you can get the maximum benefit at the minimum cost? Don't you think so? Lin Dong, you win. Say it. How can you let me go? Bluefeather asked in a stifled manner. There was no way. The situation was now that people were strong. People were 4 half-step Void God levels. He himself was seriously injured again. There was simply no chance to escape. However, Blue Feather would not give up on this. He still had the undercard that Lin Dong feared and that the entire Star Void realm feared. It was believed that he could exchange his life. Blue Feather, in fact, I did not want to make a big deal out of it in the beginning. I also gave you a chance. Even the Ice Spirit Divine Sword was given back to you. At that time, as long as you left with your people, I would not stop you. It is a pity that you gave up. Things have developed to this point. It is not my wish, yet it is also something I have to do. Now you cannot leave. Once you are let go, the lives of countless beings in the Star Void realm will be under great threatened. Lin Dong said and shook his head. Right now, he definitely would not let Blue Feather leave. Not even if Lan Yu swore a poisonous oath in the name of his family. Lin Dong understood in his heart. The chances of this fellow not bringing someone to take revenge after he returned was almost zero. Moreover, all of his cards were now revealed. There was no need for anything else. All that was needed was for a Void God level powerhouse to come. No one in the Star Void realm would be able to stop it. For half-step Void God level warriors were nothing in front of a true Void God level powerhouse. At that time, the entire Star Void realm would be affected. Countless deaths and injuries would likely result. Lin Dong, don't speak in such absolute terms. It was my fault just now. I was the one who saw the form clearly, I admit it. Now how about we make a deal? Blue Feather said. What deal? If you let me go, I promise that I will not expose the location of the Star Void realm, and I will never step into the Star Void realm again in this life. Lin Dong froze. Wasn't this what he had just asked Blue Feather to do? Why was it being brought up now? Anyone who was not a fool could see that there was no way he would agree. Blue Feather, do you think I will agree? Lin Dong asked curiously. I think it will. Blue Feather replied seriously. Why? If I dare to say so, I naturally have my reasons. Say it out and listen. Chapter 11-12, The Role of a Handmaiden. Lin Dong. I will definitely say the reason, and I believe that you will definitely agree to this deal. Looking at Lan Yu with a look of confidence. A great curiosity arose in Lin Dong's heart. Regarding the current situation, what made Blue Feather so confident that he had determined that he would let him go? Wouldn't a dead person be more likely to keep secrets? Why would he let a living person leave? Putting the safety of the Star Void realm in someone else's hands? Blue Feather, I don't know where you get your confidence, but I'm sorry to tell you that today, you will not be able to walk out of the Star Void realm. No matter how much the price is, I will leave you behind. In my opinion, the dead are the ones who are best at keeping secrets. Lin Dong said expressionlessly. Is that so? If I tell you that once I die here, the entire Star Void realm will give me a burial, will you still dare to kill me? Blue Feather smiled. His smile looked so hideous. It gave people a somewhat chilling feeling. Lin Dong did not speak anymore. His brows were furrowed as he looked at Blue Feather, weighing the truth of these words in his mind. The resultant answer was that it was impossible to determine. It was possible that these words were deliberately said by Blue Feather in order to survive. Of course, it was also possible that it was true. After all, Blue Feather came from a 9th-level civilization. The tactics of a 9th-level civilization were not something a 7th-level civilization could speculate on. Since the entire Star Void realm will bury you if you die here, wouldn't it be avoided if I just don't kill you first and bring you to a place far away from the Star Void realm before killing you after I waste you? Lin Dong calmly analyzed. Ha ha. Lin Dong, you are overthinking it. I won't let you get away with it. As long as you make a move on me again, I will immediately use a secret technique to call for help from the clan. They will sense this place and then send strong people. Once they discover the Star Void realm, you know the consequences, and don't even think about stopping me. It's no use. This secret technique is something that can only be performed by clansmen of the Blue Clan who have awakened their natural skills. You can't. Stop it. Blue Feather said with a big smile. Even though he was now severely injured and in a poor state. But as long as he could live, everything would be fine. These injuries hadn't hurt the fundamentals for a half-step Void God level powerhouse. It was much lighter than the injuries from the time a million years ago that sent him into a deep sleep. Lin Dong fell into silence. He did not know if what Blue Feather said was true or not. If what Blue Feather said was true, how should he himself go about it? The best way was actually to kill Blue Feather and then quietly bring in she and the girls back to Earth. With the distance from Earth to the Star Void realm, even if the Blue Clan's people came to attack, it was unlikely that it would reach Earth. Lin Dong could still bring everyone with him and live safely on Earth. It was just that if he did so, the countless living beings in the Star Void realm would come to an end. The Lan clan would definitely not be soft. Lin Dong thought to himself that he was not a selfless person. Nor did he have a heart like Shen Yuan shows that took guarding the Star Void realm as its own responsibility. But he was asked to do so for his own safety. Let the entire Star Void realm come to bear the wrath of a 9th-level civilization. It might even cause the deaths of countless living beings. Frankly speaking, Lin Dong could not do it. In the end, he was still a social 5-good youth who had received higher education on Earth. His 3 views were still very positive. Lin Dong could not do anything that would harm others and benefit himself. Especially since this time, the entire Star Void realm's countless living beings were involved. Once he did it, he would never feel at ease in his life. It would be condemned by his conscience forever. Seeing that Lin Dong was silent, Lan Yu continued. Lin Dong, you have to think clearly. The lives of countless human beings in the Star Void realm are in your hands. As long as the Blue Clan comes here, they will inevitably sweep the Star Void realm away. Don't doubt what I am saying. You can't afford to gamble, and of course, I can't afford to gamble as well, so it is best for both of us to make an agreement, so that it is better for everyone. Lin Dong remained silent. This was because he had not yet thought of how to solve the problem at hand. To kill Blue Feather or not? Killing, what if what the other party said was true? But if he did not kill, who could guarantee that Blue Feather would not want to come back for revenge after suffering such a huge loss in the Star Void realm? Neither option was safe. Blue Feather glanced at Lin Dong and finally added, Lin Dong, think about it yourself. Don't do anything that you will regret for the rest of your life, and don't allow yourself to become a sinner of the Star Void realm, scorned by countless humans, and be left in infamy for years to come. After saying these words, Lan Yu stopped paying attention to Lin Dong and turned his body a little to look at the Gongru sisters. Gong. Gongzi. Are you alright? The 4 sisters looked at Lan Yu with tearful eyes. They had never imagined that Gongzi had just awakened and would suffer such a life and death calamity in this tiny 7th-level civilization. It was all because of that bastard Lin Dong. If not for him, how would the male son have suffered such a serious injury? You have followed Gongzi me for so many years and have done a lot for me. It is also all your fault that you were able to awaken this time. All of this Gongzi has kept in his heart and will never forget. Blue Feather said seriously. Gongzi. It is our sister's honor to be your maidservant. From the moment we follow you, our life no longer belongs to ourselves but to you, and at the same time, we also look forward to the day when we can dedicate everything to you, and become one with you, and now that the opportunity has finally come, Gongzi, you make your move. Our sisters have already prepared for this, we just can't be by your side anymore in the future. Gongzi, you must protect yourself. The eldest sister, Xianru clan, cried. They all understood what would happen next. As the Blue Clan's maidservants who had been trained after being brainwashed from a young age, they were not dead soldiers, but they were more important than normal dead soldiers. All of them would cultivate a certain special Gong method of the Blue Clan. Cultivating themselves into a cauldron. Exclusively for the Blue Clan members who have awakened their natural skills to devour and absorb at critical moments. Always ready to give their all for their masters. Blue Clan clansmen who used their natural talent skills and absorbed this specially cultivated cauldron would receive very great benefits, and it would also help tremendously with their injuries. In Blue Yu's current state, after absorbing the 4 Gongru clan sisters, his body was basically able to recover to 80%. It was equivalent to being resurrected once with full blood. This was quite perverse. Resurrecting once with full blood in battle was equivalent to having 2 lives. The Blue Clan had developed to its current level after countless years of research. Cultivating cauldron maidservants for the clan to devour was also the foundation of the Blue Clan's clan. In the Blue Clan, as long as a clansman awakened his talent, he would be given more than 2 cauldron handmaidens. As for how many one could get, it depended on the degree of awakening of the talent skill. When Blue Feather was first bestowed by the clan, there were actually 6 handmaidens. Only 2 had already been devoured and absorbed by Blue Feather's natural skill in a crisis, offering up everything, and now there were 4 left. Now the Gongru sisters were going to be ready to offer themselves as well. It was only after the male son absorbed them that he had the chance to escape and get through this calamity. Chapter 11-13, Recovering from Injuries. The conversation between Blue Feather and the Gongru clan. It immediately caught the attention of Lin Dong and Shen Yuanshou, Pang Zhong, and the others. What was the meaning? Before they could ask the doubts in their hearts, the blue light that encased the Gongru clan sisters began to change. It was originally healing their injuries. As a result, it was now devouring and absorbing them, and the expressions of the four gradually became more and more painful, but they all forcibly endured it without making a single sound. The first thing to disappear was the skin, then the flesh and blood, and finally the bones. The entire process only lasted for a dozen seconds or so. The person who was originally still alive was completely gone, leaving only a pile of clothing. Such a horrifying scene caused the backs of those who saw it to chill. Morong Chinga even covered her mouth with her hand, unable to believe her eyes. It was too cruel. Watching four living people being slowly devoured by the blue light. It wasn't like everyone hadn't killed before. Some of them had quite a few lives in their hands, including Lin Dong. The number of people he had killed was also countless. However, seeing this unknown cruelty still struck fear into the heart. Lin Dong was thankful in his heart. It was fortunate that the blue light that had just wrapped around his left hand was dispersed by the divine power. Otherwise, it was possible that his left hand would have been devoured. Of course, it was only a possibility. It was not absolute. After all, he had already transformed part of his divine body. Since the blue light was afraid of divine power, the effect on the divine body wouldn't be too great either. Everyone stared at the four clusters of blue light. After devouring the Gongru sisters, the four clusters of blue light converged to become a large mass and directly disappeared in place and flew over towards Blue Feather, so fast that they reached Blue Feather in an instant and entered Blue Feather's body. And Blue Feather's original severely injured body was slowly changing after the blue light entered his body. The weak aura continued to strengthen. The injured internal organs were also recovering rapidly. Even the right arm that had been chopped off by Lin Dong quickly grew back. A severely injured and tattered body was almost recovered in the blink of an eye. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What kind of means was this? It was simply too magical. It was much better than the effects of any elixir. Feeling that the injuries on his body had healed by 70 to 80%, Lan Yu's heart also temporarily relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. After recovering, he finally had some stamina again. Although he was still unable to fight against 4 half-step void god levels. But at least it wasn't powerless. With a desperate effort, one could also make the enemy pay a heavy price. From the blue light devouring and absorbing the 4 Gongru sisters to Blue Feather utilizing the blue light to recover his body's injuries and grow his right hand, the process was very short. It was probably just half a minute. Everything had already been completed. Lin Dong witnessed the entire process. Originally, he could have made a move to stop it. However, it was not done so. He wanted to see what exactly Blue Feather wanted to do. Even if Blue Feather returned to his peak, Lin Dong could still leave him behind if he wanted to. His 3 doppelgangers were not 3 ordinary 3 half-step void god level combatants. Rather, they were 3 half-step void god level that could fight for their lives. In other words, Lin Dong's 3 doppelgangers were actually 3 half-step void god level dead soldiers who only followed his orders. What kind of concept was this? Even in the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain, there were very few forces that possessed half-step void god level dead soldiers. Most of the dead soldiers were at the Saint Realm. With 3 doppelgangers attacking at all costs, as long as Blue Feather was not a true void god level, it was impossible for him to have a chance to escape. The big deal was that Lin Dong had exchanged 3 for 1. All that would be wasted was just 3 drops of essence blood. Blue Feather's thoughts at this moment were exactly the opposite of Lin Dong's. After recovering from his injuries, he had regained some self-confidence. Perhaps it was because he felt that he had the ability to inflict damage on his enemies again. Even if he was facing a siege of 4 half-step void god levels, he would still be able to bring them down if he targeted one without any regard. At the half-step void god level, no one would be willing to sacrifice themselves. Plus, the Blue Clan was a threat to the Star Void realm. Lan Yu felt that he was mostly safe today. Lin Dong would not risk making a move against himself, even if he insisted on leaving himself behind. The other 3 might not be willing to do so either. Facing Lin Dong alone, Blue Feather was not afraid. Lin Dong, I wonder how well you have considered it. Lan Yu asked after him.
Lin Dong ignored Blue Feather and looked towards Shen Yuanshou and Pang Zhong, several Saint King level powerhouses.
Alliance Master Shen Yuan, and all of you, you are all Vice Alliance Masters of the Star Void Realm Sacred Alliance, and today's matter has to do with the safety of the entire Star Void Realm. What do you think should be the choice? I would like to hear everyone's opinions. Lin Dong asked. He ultimately gave the power of choice to Shen Yuanshou and the others. Let everyone come together to choose. It was a matter of the life and death of the Starry Void Realm, so Lin Dong did not dare to make a decision without authorization. If he did not get it right, he would really become a sinner of the Star Void Realm. Pang Zhong and the others looked at me and I looked at you, all of them were a little uncertain. In fact, they were inclined to let Blue Feather go in their hearts. This way, both sides would still have a chance to ease the situation. If they really left Blue Feather behind. Once the Blue Clan descended, the situation would be immortal, and it would be a disaster for the Star Void Realm. Just thinking about it, they were somewhat afraid to bring it up for fear that it would not be to Lin Dong's liking. Nowadays, Lin Dong was the actual controller of the Star Void Realm, who would dare to disagree with him? Not only was he himself a half-step Void God level powerhouse, he was also able to command the other 3 half-step Void God level battles. 4 powerhouses that surpassed the peak of the Saint King level stood in a line. Without the Void God level out of the way, it was an invincible existence. This was especially true of Pang Zhong. He was already at loggerheads with Lin Dong's master and disciple. It was even more so that he did not dare to speak. Shen Yuanshou, on the other hand, wanted Lin Dong to leave Blue Feather behind in his heart. Letting Blue Feather go would be tantamount to letting the tiger return to the mountain, and there would be endless consequences. A son of a great power like Lan Yu, who had suffered such a great humiliation in the Star Void Realm, could not just let it go. Definitely, he would bring someone back to take revenge. However, he didn't dare to bring it up either. There were still 3 other half-step Void God level powerhouses who hadn't uttered a word. How could there be a place for them to raise their opinions? Seeing that no one had spoken, Lin Dong continued, everyone does not need to worry. How do you think? Just feel free to say it. I will consider everyone's opinions comprehensively. After all, what is at stake is very important. If once you make a wrong choice, it will most likely result in the destruction of the Star Void Realm. Blue Feather quit. What was Lin Dong trying to do? Leaving his stay or departure to a few mole crickets to decide? Don't you want to lose face yourself? The Sage Realm belonged to the ceiling level of combat power in a 7th level civilization, but in a 9th level civilization, it was just midstream, cannon fodder. Only those who ignited the divine fire and began to transform their divine power could be considered to have entered the ranks of the powerful. How can he say that Blue Feather is also a direct descendant of the Blue Clan who has awakened his natural skills, a heavenly pride level figure of the Spirit Lan domain? Even if he is at the bottom of the list, he is still a heavenly pride of a 9th level civilization, right? Losing to Lin Dong, Lan Yu recognized. After all, it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, not to mention a sneak attack. But how could he let a few mole crickets and cannon fodder decide his life and death? Wasn't this an obvious insult to him? Chapter 11:14 Pang Zhong's suggestion. Lin Dong, as a half-step Void God level, don't you have any opinions yourself? Why do you have to ask others about this? Even if you do, you have to find the right person. Where are the ants qualified to speak here? It's futile to ask because they don't dare to answer. Blue Feather couldn't help but mock. Leaving his life and death up to these Saint Realm ants to decide was the greatest insult to him. Shen Yuanshou, Pang Zhong, and the others were even more afraid to speak when they heard this. The mental pressure of a Saint Realm facing a half-step Void God level powerhouse who had already ignited the divine flame was already high, plus Blue Feather was from a 9th level civilization. How could they dare to offend? Lin Dong's eyes narrowed as 2 gazes with thick killing intent shot towards Blue Feather. Blue Feather, who was still wearing a mocking face, suddenly stopped as if his neck had been pinched with force. It didn't matter if Blue Feather admitted it or not. After that near-death battle just now, he had already developed a strong sense of fear towards Lin Dong. If Lin Dong had capitalized on his victory just now and was determined to kill him, I am afraid that the person would be gone by now. It could be said that Blue Feather had just walked through the gates of hell. Even now that his body had recovered, he still had some fear in his heart. There was still some fear in his heart. Facing the siege of 4 half-step Void God level powerhouses, 2 of which were sneak attacks. Without becoming a true Void God level. No one would be able to withstand it.
Even the few top demons of the spirit Lan domain were the same when they were at the half-step void god level.
Blue Feather, you have to understand one thing. I am actually giving you a chance to live by asking them. If it was according to my thoughts, no matter how much the cost is, I would have to directly kill you here. As for whether or not there will be a blue clan to come and avenge your death, that is a matter for the future. Let's talk about it later.
After Lin Dong finished his words filled with killing intent, he coldly looked at Blue Feather, causing the other party's heart to flutter.
This brat would not really kill himself regardless, right? It wouldn't. It would not.
Lin Dong was from the Starry Void Realm and had lived here in the keep since he was a child, and there were his family and friends here.
The Starry Void Realm must be very important to Lin Dong.
It was impossible for him to gamble with the lives of his family and friends, as well as the lives of countless humans in the Star Void Realm.
Once the gamble was lost, it would be too late to regret.
Blue Feather continuously comforted himself in his heart.
He was truly a little scared. If he had known it was like this. When he got the Ice Spirit Divine Sword, Lan Yu would have left without hesitation. What was the point of staying here? Looking for death? No.
If he had known that there were 4 half-step void god level powerhouses hidden in the Star Void Realm.
What's the point of having the Ice Spirit Excalibur? It would have been a peach.
Lin Dong paused slightly for a few seconds before continuing again.
And even if you are released, will the Star Void Realm be safe? I don't think so. Who can guarantee that you won't go back on your word like you just did? If you go back and bring the Blue Clan to seek revenge, won't the result be the same?
Having been deceived by you once, your words are no longer trustworthy with me, and since the Star Void Realm could be exposed whether I kill it or not, I might as well kill it.
Do you think so? Slow and easy words were spoken.
It caused Blue Feather's heart to be a wild jump. From the killing intent emanating from Lin Dong's body, it could be seen that he really wanted to kill himself. It seemed that Lin Dong was still harboring a grudge after he had just reneged on his trust after getting the Ice Spirit Divine Sword.
Thinking about it was also true.
Anyone would probably not trust again, a person who had just betrayed his promise.
It was already too late to say anything now. For Lan Yu, the most important thing was to save his life first. Everything else was unimportant. Whether or not to take revenge in the future would be discussed slowly later. His life was gone, even if he sent the news back and the Blue Clan sent someone to wipe out the Star Void Realm, so what? One's own life was still gone. Human life is only once.
If one's life was lost, everything else was in vain. Lin Dong, what just happened? I have already realized my mistake and have apologized. I hope you can give me a chance. This is good for both sides. You cannot afford to gamble because once you lose, the entire Star Void Realm will be reduced to rubble. Similarly, I cannot afford to gamble. After all, there is only one life. Blue Feather stifled his plea for peace. To think that he was a pride of a 9th level civilization. Coming to a 7th level civilization, not only did he not get the treatment he deserved, he had to lower his noble head and beg for reconciliation in a low voice. It was truly a disgrace. But there was no way. If you don't want to lose face, you have to lose your life. When choosing between face and life, Blue Feather still knew how to choose. Obviously, life is more important. It is useless for you to say this to me. In my heart, you are the kind of backstabbing villain that does not deserve deep friendship, and I, Lin Dong, will not make the mistake a second time. Lin Dong shook his head, not believing Lan Yu's words at all. Then what exactly do you want? Do you really want to kill the fish and break the net? You would be happy to kill me, but Lin Dong, have you thought about it? What about your family? What about your friends? What about the countless people in the Starry Night Realm? They will all have to pay the price for your choice today. Blue Feather took a deep breath and said. Several times, his pleas for peace had been rejected. He also knew that Lin Dong could not possibly give him another chance. Things could not be done, so Blue Feather no longer used his hot face to stick his cold ass. So I don't want to decide on this matter alone. All the Vice Alliance Masters of the Sacred Alliance, you are all a few people with the highest strength and prestige in the Star Void Realm. It is better to say what you think. Don't come to the point where I decide alone and you guys come to blame me again. Lin Dong said and then looked at Shen Yuanshou, as well as Pang Zhong and the others. The issue went around in a circle and returned to the situation at the beginning. Pang Zhong and the rest of the few people glanced at each other as he somewhat wanted to voice his opinion. However, when he thought of the gap with Lin Dong's master and disciple, he backed off a little. Lin Dong probably saw his thoughts. He continued to add, "You guys just feel free to speak boldly. I, Lin Dong, am not the type of person who cannot even listen to suggestions, nor am I a small-minded, narrow-minded person, otherwise those who have offended me would not be able to still be standing here, and in front of the life and death of the entire Star Void realm. Everything else is just a trivial matter that can be completely ignored."
Pang Zhong knew that these words were addressed to him.
So he plucked up the courage to step forward and said, "Lord Lin, I have something to say."
"You say it," Lin Dong returned.
"First of all, I would like to sincerely apologize to you. I am sorry."
"Actually,
Pang Zhong had wanted to apologize first to remove the misunderstanding between him and Lin Dong, but unexpectedly, he was interrupted by the other party before he could say anything.
All right.
I don't want to hear all this. Just say your views and suggestions regarding the matter at hand, and don't say anything else," Lin Dong said expressionlessly. Pang Zhong was interrupted from speaking. He froze for a moment and quickly came back to his senses.
Neither was he angry.
Of course, it was more of a dare.
With Lin Dong's current strength.
Not to mention interrupting him. Even if he were to yell at him a few times, he would have to accept it with a smile.
If you don't say anything, then don't say anything. Then let's get down to business first. Chapter 11:15, waiting for this moment.
Lord Lin, I think we should still make peace. This Lord Lin comes from a 9th level civilization, such a high level civilization. Sending just a few people is not something our Star Void realm can contend with, Pang Zhong said seriously.
You mean to let him go? Lin Dong asked.
Precisely. Then have you ever thought about the fact that people who are in a 9th level civilization are extremely arrogant? What if he goes back and is unwilling to be insulted in this tiny 7th level civilization and comes back with people to take revenge? Blue Feather suddenly interjected at this time. Lin Dong, don't worry, I definitely won't.
Scram! There is no room for you to speak here.
Lin Dong interrupted Blue Feather without hesitation. Blue Feather gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His heart was burning with anger, but he could only hold it back.
Life and death were in someone else's hands, so what could he do other than admit it?
Lord Lin, you said earlier that method is still feasible. Let Duke Lon swear on his family's honor that he will never bring anyone to the Star Void realm to take revenge. Big clans like the Lon clan are very concerned about reputation,
Pang Zhong added.
Pang Zhong, you're underestimating the extreme mentality of a person who wants to take revenge. Blue Feather has received such a great insult here today, and when he visits the Star Void realm again in the next day, it will surely be the day of his outburst. Blue Feather wanted to retort with a few words.
However, thinking of Lin Dong's attitude just now, he held back. Lord Lin. All right. I understand what you mean. You are advocating reconciliation, right?
Yes, Lord Lin. Pang Zhong replied respectfully.
Lan Yu threw an appreciative look over to Pang Zhong. If he could leave alive, wait until he descended into the Star Void realm again. It was still possible to receive this person under the MO as cannon fodder. Do you guys have any other opinions?
Lin Dong asked as he looked towards several other Saint King level powerhouses. Lord Lin, I wish to reconcile. This time, the one who spoke was Jiang Taiyin, the old ancestor of the Jiang clan.
2 advocates for reconciliation, are there any more? Lord Lin, I think that reconciliation will be beneficial to both sides. Ji Chongkong then followed. 3 now.
The other 2 ended up siding with Pang Zhong as well.
The 5 Saint King level Saint Alliance Vicelords all wished to reconcile with Blue Feather. Everyone's thoughts were simple. The oppressive power of a 9th level civilization was simply too strong.
A random Void God level could sweep through the Star Void realm. Just in case one day Blue Feather really brought someone here. It was not like they had done anything to Blue Feather, everything was done by Lin Dong. As long as Lin Dong, the culprit, was handed over, it was still very possible for the others to survive if they surrendered. Anyway, if the others wanted to take revenge, the first person they would look for would be Lin Dong. If they could not, they could still take their families and migrate, moving away from the Star Void realm and taking refuge elsewhere.
Lan Yu was satisfied with these people's answers. It seems that the Blue Clan of the Spirit Lan domain is still very intimidating.
Among the Saint King level powerhouses present in the Star Void realm, Xian Yuanshou was currently the only one who had not expressed his opinion yet. Lin Dong shifted his gaze towards Xian Yuanshou. He wanted to listen to the other party's opinion to see if this person was looking out for the Star Void realm or not. Or was it just for his own sake like the rest of the five?
Alliance Master Xian Yuan, what about you? Lin Dong asked.
Shen Yuansho took a step forward and said, Lord Lin, I have the opposite opinion to them. I think that this person should be left behind.
The moment these words came out, Blue Feather's gloomy gaze shot over.
However, Shen Yuansho turned a blind eye. Lin Dong instead came to be interested. Finally, he had heard a different suggestion.
What about the reason?
Even if we allow Blue Feather to swear on the family's honor, it will not be very useful. We simply cannot travel to the Spirit Land domain, so how would the other forces in the Spirit Land domain know about what is going on here? Moreover, with this person's character of going back on his word after leaving, the chances of bringing someone back to take revenge are more than 90%. I think we should leave him behind.
Xian Yuan guard.
Duke Lan can send the message of the line here back to the Lan clan. Leaving him here, who will bear the wrath of the Lan clan?
You?
In the end, it's still not everyone in the Star Void realm bearing it together. You're doing everyone a disservice.
Pang Zhong immediately retorted.
Pang Zhong, if you want to curry favor with others and be their dog, you still have to see if they want you or not. Don't be silly, right now you're a part of the Star Void realm.
You asshole. I'm thinking about all the humans in the Star Void realm.
Pang Zhong said furiously.
Come on.
I don't understand you yet, it's just that you're trying to make a two-handed preparation. Today you side with the enemy, no matter what happens in the future, you have a chance to survive. Shen Yuansho directly stated Pang Zhong's mind.
You. Pang Zhong pointed at Xian Yuansho and was unable to say anything out of anger.
At this time, Lin Dong opened his mouth. Alright, stop arguing. I have heard all of your suggestions. Pang Zhong was still staring at Xian Yuansho with a deadly stare, itching to kill him by 1,000 cuts. There was another person who was also looking at Xian Yuansho, and that was Lan Yu. Regarding the gazes of the two, Xian Yuansho did not care in the slightest. Lan Yu, as you have heard, right now there are 5 people who support letting you go and 1 person who supports leaving you behind. Of course I also want to leave you behind, but unfortunately, public opinion is hard to disobey, and I am also afraid of becoming a sinner in the Star Void realm in the future. Lin Dong sighed and said helplessly.
The moment these words came out, some people were happy and some were sad.
Shen Yuansho was the one who was sad and his face was ugly. He truly did not expect that Lin Dong would let Blue Feather go.
Did Lin Dong not realize that once he let this person go, the Star Void realm would be in a lot of trouble later?
The ones who rejoiced were naturally Blue Feather and Pang Zhong and the others. At least today, he had made a good karma with Blue Feather, a male from a 9th level civilization.
It might come in handy at some point in the future and might be able to save one's life.
Lin Dong, don't worry. I, Blue Feather, swear on the honor of the Blue Clan that I will leave the Star Void realm today and never set foot here again in this life. Blue Feather followed up with a painless oath on the honor of the clan. Nor did he say what would happen after violating it. Perhaps there was also a little bit of heart. Anyway, he felt that there was nothing wrong with him leaving alive.
Although Blue Feather did not quite understand Lin Dong's approach.
As a half-step void god level powerhouse, why did he have to go and ask for the opinions of a few saints' realm?
It should be like what Lin Dong said. He did not want to become the sinner of the Star Void realm by taking all the blame alone after the Star Void realm suffered from the annihilation, right? Blue Feather. You are lucky to have met me.
Yes. Lin Dong, you are indeed different. This is the first time I have heard of a 7th level civilization being able to have 4 half-step void god level powerhouses. I'm afraid that this is not the case in the entire universe, and I also thank you for your magnanimity. In the future, when I have the opportunity to come to Spirit Land domain, I will definitely do my best to be a landlord. Blue Feather said with slight excitement. At the moment of escaping from death, he, a male son from an extraordinary background, couldn't help but be a little excited.
It was finally possible to live.
The entire person was relieved. Just when everyone thought that the dust had settled, Lin Dong's eyes flashed with killing intent. The main body plus the 3 doppelgangers acted simultaneously,
instantly approaching Blue Feather, preparing for a one-strike kill,
so that this fellow would not even have a chance to pass a message back to the clan.
Waiting for half a day.
Is waiting for Blue Feather to relax this moment.
Let him go? How is it possible? Lin Dong is not a fool.
When Blue Feather goes back, he will surely bring people here at the first time.
At that time, no one would be able to stop them. As for keeping his promise, he would not believe it. Chapter 11:16 A Touch of Fear. Lindon's sudden outburst. It stunned everyone present, including the person in question, Blue Feather. Wasn't it said that they had agreed to reconcile and let him go? How did it not follow the rules at all?
The main body plus the 3 doppelgangers, a total of 4 half-step void god-level powerhouses, simultaneously erupted their strongest aura, and the scene was simply not too shocking. One of the doppelgangers held the Thunder God Hammer and smashed Blue Feather's head with an all-out hammer. The other 2 doppelgangers, one of them executed the Void God Fist, while the other one wielded the Ice Spirit Divine Sword and chopped out a white sword on, attacking back and forth.
Lindon's main body was holding the evil breaking sword and was ready to take advantage of Blue Feather's desperate attempt to escape to give the final blow. Of course, he also prevented Blue Feather from jumping over the wall in a hurry, knowing that he would surely die, and made the move to die together. It doesn't matter if the body is injured or dead, it's just a drop of blood, the main body can't be injured. All 4 bodies were controlled by Lindon alone, and the level of cooperation was needless to say. It could be completely called seamless. The first time Blue Feather reacted, the attacks of the 3 half-step void god levels had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, Blue Feather also understood Lindon's intentions. The questioning of the others and the vote of 5 against 2, which could spare him, were all false. The purpose was to give himself hope, let his guard down, and then make a surprise attack. It was best to kill him before he could react. That way, you can do it without realizing it. Understanding was understanding, but it was a bit late. There was no time to think of anything else. Facing the full force of 3 half-step void god-level powerhouses and a surprise attack, Blue Feather couldn't think of any way to resist. There was also another one watching intently from the side, ready to strike at any time. This was almost a situation of certain death. With Blue Feather's current state, the possibility of being killed by a single blow was high. But Blue Feather would not give up on this. As a direct descendant of the Blue Clan of the Spirit Land domain, or one of those who had awakened their talent, the highest status kind. Even if it is death, he would also make the enemy pay a painful price. Burn my soul, Blue Feather murmured in his heart. Under despair, he cast the Blue Clan's super forbidden art, the soul burning art. Once the soul burning technique was cast, even if Blue Feather could survive, his life would be considered completely ruined. Unless there were heavenly encounters, he would never be able to become a true void god level powerhouse again. However, given the current situation, the probability of Blue Feather surviving was very low, so there was no need to think about the future. Boom! An aura several times greater than Blue Feather's own erupted from him. The entire person was wrapped in blues-like mass. The soul-burning technique was as perverse as it was perverse. Yet, it couldn't make Blue Feather go from a half-step void god level to a true void god level. That span would be too great. Blue Feather's state after casting the soul-burning technique was equivalent to the strongest ceiling in the half-step void god level. Facing a surprise attack from 3 half-step void god levels, he was still on the weaker side. But at least he wouldn't be killed in a single blow and still had the ability to resist. Boom! The first attack, the Thunder God Hammer, arrived. After coming into contact with the blue light above Blue Feather's head, a huge force, which pressed down the blue light, was about to hit Blue Feather's heavenly cap when it was stopped in its path by a hand. Blue Feather's newly grown left hand was raised above his head, stiffly blocking this hammer from Lindon's doppelganger. Of course he did not fare well either. His left hand was smashed into a shattered fracture by a hammer. However, it was good that the damage was minimized and did not hurt the root. Immediately after, the attacks from Lindon's other 2 doppelgangers arrived. The Ice Spirit Divine Sword, along with the white aura that was chopped out, was caught by Blue Feather's right hand that was wrapped in blue light and was unable to advance the slightest bit. Blue Feather's hands were restrained. The Void God Fist that came from behind with an attack could only be hardened with the defense of his body in blue light. Boom! The Void God Fist landed heavily on Blue Feather's undershirt. Put! Even though Blue Feather's body, which had begun to transform from a holy body to a divine body, coupled with having the natural skill blue light defense, still caused him to suffer a minor injury, resulting in a mouthful of blood spewing out. After all, the person who attacked with full force was a half-step void god level.
And the Void God Fist wasn't some nameless move either. The first round of attacks from the three doppelgangers fell on their brows. Originally, Lin Dong thought that by sending out three doppelgangers to surprise attack, even if he could not manage to kill him in one blow, he would still be able to inflict extremely serious injuries on Blue Feather. Unexpectedly, Blue Feather suddenly exploded and only received a single blow. The injury was far less serious than expected. This caused Lin Dong to feel compelled to generalize. A fellow from a 9th level civilization was different, with endless means. The two sneak attacks of bullying the few with the many had failed to kill him. At this moment, Blue Feather's face was grim and there was still blood remaining at the corner of his mouth. Outsiders only saw that he had resisted the surprise attacks of three half-step Void God level powerhouses, but they didn't know how much he had paid for it. The injuries were not even mentioned. The most important of which was the execution of the soul burning technique, which resulted in a drastic weakening of soul power. Everyone knew that soul power was the most important and the most difficult to grow. When all soul power burned out, that was when Blue Feather lost his life. The surprise attack was completed almost instantly. Lin Dong was very dissatisfied with the effect, but he would not end it like this. What he wanted was Blue Feather's life. As the saying goes, it is difficult to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, not to mention that he used 6 hands, and there were still 2 empty hands, ready to strike at any time. When the first round of attacks from the 3 doppelgangers were blocked, the second round of attacks followed. The doppelganger holding the Thunder God Hammer slapped his left hand on top of the Thunder God Hammer with a hard slap, strengthening the force. The person behind Blue Feather, after striking the Void God Fist, came back with a shattering sky palm. The doppelganger who had been grabbed by the Ice Spirit Divine Sword similarly used his left hand to deliver a shattering Void Palm to Blue Feather's chest. This time, Blue Feather didn't have a chance to resist. The 2 air-shattering palms, one after the other, imprinted on Blue Feather's undershirt and chest. The 4 figures thus assumed a static position in the air. Blue Feather was in the center and the 3 figures surrounded him firmly. Lin Dong's main body frowned. From his split body, he sensed Blue Feather's inner body, which was brewing a huge amount of divine power. Both of the 2 air-shattering palms had failed to cause much damage to his internal organs, and they were not even as effective as the previous sneak attack. With such a difficult opponent, even Lin Dong was shocked. A fellow who had slept for 1,000,000 years and had just awakened and had not yet recovered to his best state was so difficult to kill? What about the rest of the 9th level civilization? Wouldn't they be even more difficult to deal with? Lin Dong had a trace of fear in his heart towards the 9th level civilization, Linglan Domain. From the Earth where there were no first level civilizations, he had traveled all the way, first to the 3rd level civilization Galaxy, and then to the current 7th level civilization Star Void Realm. This was the first time that Lin Dong had developed a sense of fear. Previously, when he had just arrived in a new environment, although there was also pressure. However, there had never been such a feeling. After deploying 3 doppelgangers and after 2 raids, he was unable to resolve Blue Feather. It made Lin Dong wonder if a half-step Void God level like himself was the weakest existence in the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan Domain. Chapter 11:17, Crazy Blue Feather. Boom! A stronger and more domineering aura erupted from within Blue Feather's body. 2 of Lin Dong's 3 doppelgangers were directly shaken out. The remaining one remained in front of him due to Blue Feather grabbing the sword blade. If it was a normal person, at this moment, he would have already let go of the Ice Spirit Divine Sword. However, Lin Dong's doppelganger was summoned by a drop of essence blood, and he was not afraid of sacrifice, so he tightly clawed the hilt of the sword and was not shaken away. Lin Dong wanted to take a look at the close-up to see how Blue Feather actually did it. 2 big outbursts in a row. Stronger than once, this is unreasonable. Perhaps some forbidden technique had been used. If it was a forbidden technique, there would definitely be a time limit. As soon as the time expired, it would basically lose its combat power. It was also good to use a doppelganger to attract Blue Feather's attention. Lest the doppelgangers all escaped and Blue Feather mistakenly struck at the main body, then the loss would be more than worth it. Lin Dong, this is all because you forced me. If I die, none of you will be able to live well, all of you will have to be buried with me. I will be waiting for you down below, huh? All of you will have to die. Blue Feather laughed hideously and said. After saying that, his right hand grasped the blade of the sword and pulled with force, directly pulling the bilocation that held the Ice Spirit Divine Sword in its hand over.
The doppelganger only felt pulled by a huge force. The body then wanted to tilt over to Blue Feather. Blue Feather's left hand, which had been destroyed by the Thunder God Hammer, was also forcibly reversed by him as he blasted his fist into the past. Lin Dong naturally would not fold his hands. He similarly disliked him with a punch. Boom! With a loud bang, the doppelganger only felt a huge force coming from him as his body flew backwards. Then at this time, his left and right hands, at some point, had been grabbed by Blue Feather and were forcefully pulled back again. Before Lin Dong could react, Blue Feather's hideous face appeared in front of his eyes. Bang! Immediately followed by a sharp pain in his head. The opponent had actually directly slammed his head violently. Although the doppelganger was summoned by essence blood, the spiritual power that manipulated the doppelganger was detached from Lin Dong's main body. Hence, when the bilocation suffered a heavy blow, he would also feel pain. It was only that after the death of the bilocation, Lin Dong could withdraw his spiritual energy, and apart from the pain, it did not cause much harm to him. Unless the other party could extinguish the spiritual energy inside the bilocation, which would cause some damage to Lin Dong. After all, a part of it was missing. Even if Lin Dong's spiritual energy was strong, losing a part of it would still have an impact. Blue Feather directly slammed his head against the head of Lin Dong's doppelganger. It caused Lin Dong's main body to become a little dizzy. This kind of life-for-life fighting style caused Lin Dong to cry out that he could not afford it. In his heart, he cursed, "Code. This brat simply does not want to die." At the same time, his heart was also thankful that his main body did not participate in the battle, otherwise, if he had targeted his main body, he would have been in trouble. He did not think about it. He wanted Blue Feather's life. The other party's life is threatened, naturally will fight back desperately. The body was grabbed by the hands of Blue Feather, and it was impossible to escape. Now it was exactly during Blue Feather's outburst. Lin Dong did not want to go up and join in the fun, nor did he want to experience the pain of being punched once again. He simply withdrew the spiritual power in his doppelganger. Without the spiritual power to control the doppelganger, it was nothing more than a shell. Blue Feather did not know about Lin Dong secretly withdrawing his spiritual energy. He only knew that the person in front of him was a half-step void god level powerhouse. He had already performed the soul burning technique, and even more so, in the moment of crisis just now, he had ignited all of his soul force, and would soon die completely. In that case, how could he not take one away to be buried with himself first? Wait for the Blue Clan's people to come, and then avenge themselves. The doppelganger that had lost control of his spiritual power couldn't hold the sword in his hand and dropped it. At this point, Lan Yu had gone crazy. Powerful strength was exchanged for lives. When the divine fire was ignited for the first time, it was still burning slowly and could be stopped at any time, as long as the soul force did not burn to a critical point. Stopping it in time, there was still hope of survival. But during the second outburst, in order to gain more power, Blue Feather had completely ignited all of his soul force. It was irreversible and could not be stopped. The only thing that awaited him was death. Blue Feather, who knew that he would definitely die. Fighting was naturally the craziest. Ah! Blue Feather's face was covered in blood as he roared to the sky. The doppelganger that had lost its control, where could it withstand Blue Feather's tearing? Swish! An arm was ripped off by Blue Feather with force. Then, swish swish swish. The doppelganger was directly dismantled by Blue Feather. However, there wasn't much of a blood-drenching scene. The bilocation was originally just a drop of blood. The bilocation, which had suffered a heavy blow, had just completed his mission and dissipated in front of Blue Feather. What's going on? Blue Feather realized something was wrong. He opened a pair of bloodshot eyes and stared at his hands. The people who were just in his hands had disappeared? Another quick look at the other parts that he had removed disappeared. Where was the person? How did they disappear? A series of questions appeared in Blue Feather's mind. He even had some doubts that everything just now was an illusion. The soul burning technique had reached its end at this time. If he didn't carry out the second big explosion, he would still be able to hold out for a little longer. Right now, Blue Feather's soul power was on the verge of burning out. The aura of his body was rapidly weakening. Lin Dong instinctively knew at a glance. It was the time for the forbidden art that Blue Feather had cast to come to an end. Opportunity. The evil breaking sword was swung out.
The red sword aura flashed and arrived in front of Blue Feather.
At the same time,
the other two doppelgangers instantly appeared in front of Lindong's main body, blocking the front and protecting the safety of the main body,
preventing Blue Feather from having any more tricks up his sleeve.
With regards to this fellow from the 9th level civilization, even though the other party had already run out of gas, Lindong was still wary.
If the doppelganger died, it was dead, the main body should never be injured.
Blue Feather watched as Lindong swung out the red sword awnings, cutting through the middle of his body and cutting himself off. At this moment, he could no longer feel pain. Where was there any pain when his soul was about to disappear? Looking at the two masked figures in front of Lindong, he associated it with everything that had just happened. Blue Feather was enlightened in his heart. It turned out that these three masked figures were nothing more than three puppets.
No wonder there wasn't even any blood.
No wonder they listened to Lindong in everything. No wonder they rushed to the front to fight in the first place.
No wonder he did not say a single word the entire time.
No wonder Lindong himself had been at the back. What he had gone through so much trouble to kill was nothing more than a puppet.
Thinking of this, Blue Feather's heart was desolate. Lindong. He deeply memorized this name. Good means. It really was a good tactic.
Lindong was able to control three half-step Void God level puppets to fight, and his strength could be said to have been invincible at the half-step Void God level stage. Without becoming a true Void God level powerhouse, in terms of fighting alone, no one was his opponent. Not even the top few demonic figures of the Spirit Lan region. Truly a demon among demons. There was some hesitation in Blue Feather's heart. There was still a trace of energy at the end. Should we pass the news back to the family or not? Would it bring disaster to the clan? It won't. Definitely not. No matter how strong Lindong was, he was still a half-step Void God level. There were only 3 puppets and one had already been destroyed by himself. The clan would be able to sweep the Star Void realm by sending a Void God level. Blue Feather was not willing to die like this while the murderer was able to get away with it. In the end, he decided to use his last ounce of strength to send a message back to the clan. Chapter 11-18, 300 Years. Lindong, good tactics. I, Blue Feather, have never convinced anyone in my life, even before my slumber. The top few demons of our generation in the Spirit Lan domain, I have never convinced them, but today, I have to admire you. Blue Feather said weakly. Overpraise. Lindong replied back indifferently. For a small 7th level civilization to have produced a character like you, I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for the Star Void realm. That is not for you to worry about. Lindong, can you tell me how you did it? There are also forces in the Spirit Lan domain that specialize in the art of puppets, and their inheritance is likewise quite long, yet they cannot do what you did, controlling 3 half-step Void God level puppets at the same time with the strength of a half-step Void God level. This kind of tactic is really unheard of. Blue Feather shook his head ruefully. Obviously the fact that the person he had killed by casting the soul burning technique and paying the price of his life was only a puppet still made him unable to accept it. Originally, he had wanted to pull someone to accompany him first, but it turned out to be merely a puppet of Lindong. Blue Feather really did not expect that he would one day capsize in this tiny 7th level civilization. The world was unpredictable. At the moment of his awakening, he once thought that his own era was about to come. He didn't realize that it would end up being the end of his life. Unwilling. But there was no way. The first stage of the soul burning technique could still be stopped by force, but the second stage was already irreversible. Death was only a matter of time. There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. The mysteries of the vast universe are not something that can be glimpsed by manpower in its entirety, and a 9th level civilization is just a drop in the ocean, so why do you need to ask so many questions? There are some things that are good as long as you look at the results. The process is not important. Lindong replied. Since you don't want to say it even if it's okay, it's useless to know. I won't be able to live anyway, Lindong. At the final moment of death, I still have to give you a big gift. Please receive it. After finishing his speech, Blue Feather revealed a bizarre smile at Lindong. The entire person then burned up in an invisible fire. It instantly transformed into a blue light. Shoo! It shot into the void. Lindong knew what the other party was up to when Blue Feather revealed that eerie smile. Trying to pass on a message? Dream on. The body chased after him in the first instance. The three figures did not take long to catch up with the blue light. Just as Lin Dong's main body was about to intercept this blue light, he stopped. After thinking about it, he chose to let his doppelgangers go. One of the doppelgangers shot out to grab the blue light. Suddenly, the blue light appeared. It directly wrapped the bilocation completely. Then Lin Dong felt a stabbing pain in his soul. The spiritual power of the bilocation was gone. The bilocation then dissipated with it. Hiss! Lin Dong sucked in a breath of cool air. It was indeed a trap. Blue Feather, this brat's heart was in the right place. Almost the main body made a move. I wonder if he would be able to withstand this blue light when it acted on him. Fortunately, at the last moment, the cautious Lin Dong hesitated. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Even if he could survive, he would definitely not fare well. After resolving the doppelganger, bang! The blue light exploded. A voice came out. Lin Dong. I didn't expect you to be so cautious. Sure enough, I didn't manage to injure you in the end. I'm not happy about it. But don't be too happy, the Blue Clan will soon arrive. According to the distance from the Spirit Lan domain to the Star Void Realm, you have 300 years to prepare. Of course you can also choose to escape. It's just that the Star Void Realm won't be so fortunate. This place will be in ruins, countless human beings will die for you, and you will be a sinner in the entire Star Void Realm, scorned by countless people. You will be in even more agony living than you are dead. Ha ha ha. In the end, the blue light shrunk to the size of a fingernail cap and traveled through the layers of spatial barriers at a speed that was hard for Lin Dong to reach, entering into the high-dimensional space. Not even the barrier of the ninth-dimensional space was able to stop it. Lin Dong knew that he could not catch up. There was no need to continue wasting his efforts. The last signal sent out by Blue Feather was able to penetrate even the barrier of the ninth-dimensional space, and Lin Dong could no longer do anything about it. With his half-step void god level strength, the highest he could enter was only in 9-dimensional space. In higher dimensional spaces, Lin Dong could not even open the spatial barrier, so how could he still chase after them? Alas! Lin Dong heaved a sigh. Originally, he had wanted to kill Blue Feather with a single strike. As a result, things had still developed in a direction that he did not want. Those who came out of a 9th-level civilization had too many undercurrents and were truly defensible. Even in the final moments of death, the slightest inattention would fall into the other party's path. According to the meaning of Blue Feather's last words, the Starry Void Realmman himself still had 300 years of preparation time. In that case, the distance between the Star Void Realm and the Spirit Lan domain wasn't too close. When they had traveled from the Milky Way galaxy to the Star Void Realm, it had taken them just over a year. Moreover, the means of a 9th-level civilization was not comparable to the Star Void Realm. The speed would definitely be much faster. Calculating it like this. The distance from the Star Void Realm to the Spirit Lan domain was at least 500 times more than the distance between the Star Void Realm and the Milky Way galaxy. Just how far was it? Lin Dong did not know either. Because he did not understand how high the technological level of the 9th-level civilizations were and how fast the vehicles they built were, he was unable to determine this time. Alas! What a headache! 300 years was long enough compared to Earth humans. After all, the average lifespan of Earth humans was only between 150 to 200 years old, and there were not many who could live past 200 years old. But for breaking through the astral void realm, 300 years was a snap of the fingers. Even for ordinary people at the bottom of the Star Void Realm, utilizing genetic modification technology, living for a few hundred to 1,000 years would not be a problem at all. Those who had money and power, living for thousands of years was not a problem. How should one solve the problem of the incoming Blue Clan in 300 years? Lin Dong felt a great deal of pressure on his body. Currently, only he possessed this ability. The other Saint King levels including Xin Yuan Shou Pangzhong and the like were basically of little use. The possibility of the Blue Clan coming to attack and utilizing a Void God level powerhouse was very high. Then Lin Dong himself would have to become a Void God level first, along with the help of his doppelganger, in order to save the Star Void Realm. However, the problem now was the strength could no longer continue to increase. Even if he spent all of the system's money, he would still not be able to gather the Divine Magnificence points required for the next upgrade. Right. Lin Dong suddenly thought. According to the system's previous pattern, Blue Feather had contacted the Blue Clan that was situated in the 9th level civilization Spirit Lawn domain. Then the system should continue to upgrade, right? It was once like this when he was on Earth. Lin Dong hurriedly opened the system to check. Sure enough, it was just as he had imagined. The system had started. Another round of upgrading. Only one sentence was displayed. System upgrade in progress, please wait. When the upgrade was complete, the system should be connected to the network of the 9th level civilization, Spirit Lawn domain. But now there was another problem. How should a person spend his money to obtain divine magnificence points when he was in the Star Void realm? Lin Dong would like to head to the edge of the Spirit Lawn domain first and raise his strength to the Void God level before coming back. He felt that he should be able to catch up as he was rushing alone and how he could be much faster than the Lawn clan's large group. Nay, he couldn't find the road. When he was on Earth, there was still the servant beside Feng Ruochen to lead the way. Now that Blue Feather and the 4 supreme elders of the 7-colored glazed sect are all dead, who will lead the way for him? Forget it. Let's wait for the system to finish upgrading before considering it. Chapter 11:19, Each has his own mind. Lin Dong turned around and left the void, returning above the 7-colored glazed sect's forbidden land. Xian Yuanshou, Pang Zhong, and the others were still waiting. Morong Chinga was still standing at the same spot. Seeing that the battle had ended, Gongsun Jiming also followed with the few remaining 7-colored glazed sect executives and stood together with Morong Chinga. The two hadn't met many times. But between women, it was always good to get along. Not to mention that they were now the pillars of the 7-colored glazed sect. The 4 supreme elders were dead. The highest status of the 7-colored glazed sect would be Morong Chinga, a sage realm, as well as the clan Gongsun Jiming. Seeing Lin Dong return, everyone gathered around. Greetings, Lord Lin. Shen Yuanshou clasped his hands and took the lead in bending down, respectfully shouting. Greetings, Lord Lin. Several Saint King level powerhouses from Pang Zhong and Gongsun Jiming followed. Everyone understood. The Star Void realm would be honored by Lin Dong in the future. The conversation between Lan Yu and Lin Dong just now made them understand. In fact, there was only one half-step Void God level in the Starry Void realm, Lin Dong. That so-called master was merely a puppet controlled by Lin Dong. In other words, Lin Dong's one half-step Void God level could be used as 4 half-step Void God levels. Other than being shocked, they no longer knew how to express their feelings. The only person on the scene who did not express anything was Morong Chinga. She felt that she and Lin Dong were both from Earth and did not need these manners. Moreover, not only had Lin Dong hugged her, he had also seen her injured chest, so he had to be responsible for her. There is no need to be polite, everyone. Lin Dong nodded in response. The strength had already been exposed. There was no need to hide it. The paradigm that a strong person should still be brought out. Lin Dong understood. The more polite he was, the more terrified others would be. It was better to act a little more high and mighty. Lord Lin, I wonder what happened when you went after that blue light just now? Xian Yuanshou asked carefully. This matter was his greatest concern. Once the Blue Feather was allowed to spread the news back to the Spirit Lawn domain, the Star Void realm would suffer an extinction shortly after. A great power from a 9th level civilization was coming to attack. It was impossible for the Star Void realm to put up any resistance. As Xian Yuanshou, who had always taken it as his duty to guard the Star Void realm, it definitely did not want such a thing to happen. Lin Dong used very little time to chase after Blue Feather, but the speeds of the half-step Void God levels were all very fast, and all the distances were just a long way away. Shen Yuanshou and the others simply did not know the final outcome, nor did they hear Blue Feather's words as he was dying. Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. The hearts of those present sank with a bad feeling. Sure enough, he then proceeded to say, the tactics of a 9th level civilization are indeed indefensible. Blue Feather had already planned it out long ago, and I wasn't able to catch up with the signals he passed back. Didn't catch up? Xian Yuanshou stared with wide eyes, somewhat incredulous. It meant that it wouldn't be long before the Blue Clan of the Spirit Lawn domain would send someone to the Star Void realm to take revenge? At that time, what should the Starry Void realm do? Could it only be at the mercy of the Blue Clan? Everyone knew that Lin Dong had killed someone else's direct clansman, and when the Blue Clan arrived, the Starry Void realm would definitely not have a good ending.
Everyone was stunned speechless by the sudden bad news.
Pang Zhong and the others had even begun to plan in their hearts that when they returned, they would begin to pack up their family's belongings, bring along important members of the family, and leave the Star Void realm as a place of wrongdoing.
Find a remote, low-level civilization to survive.
Although the resources were definitely not as abundant as the Star Void realm, it was better than staying here and waiting for death. Lin Dong's strength was placed there. They also did not dare to question whether Lin Dong's killing of Blue Feather was improper. They could only secretly think of ways on their own, hoping to dodge a bullet and continue living. It is true that I did not catch up, I did my best, Lin Dong said with a hint of apology.
He did not want things to come to this point. There was no way around it.
Since it had happened,
someone had to take the blame. It was useless to dwell on it.
Who could guarantee that after letting Blue Feather leave, he would keep his promise and never set foot in the Star Void realm again, nor would he expose the location of the Star Void realm? Therefore, Lin Dong actually did not regret what he had done. If Blue Feather had sworn to leave when he obtained the sword, Lin Dong would have believed him once more. However, he had gone back on his word. There was no way that Lin Dong would fall for it once more. Lin Dong, you do not need to blame yourself. As long as you tried your best, with Blue Feather's character of going back on his word, even if you let him go, he would have gone back on his word again. You did the right thing, I support you. This kind of person should be killed to eliminate future troubles,
Morong Chinga said from the side.
After the input of a large amount of life force from the life stone, it had pulled her back from the brink of death. Her body was still a bit weak, but it was no longer in the way.
Yeah. Sir Lin.
We're all behind you. The one who goes back on his word can't be given another chance, or else he'll surely come back and bite back again.
Gongsun Jiming followed suit and added. We all support Lord Lin.
Several of the remaining senior members of the seven-colored glazed sect spoke out in agreement. When Pang Zhong and the others saw that everyone had voiced their support, it was impossible for them not to speak up. Especially since they had just chosen to let Blue Feather go, they had already gone against what Lin Dong had done. It was no longer possible to not make their opinions known.
What if Lin Dong settled his score in the fall? With Lin Dong's current strength.
If he wanted to clean up the likes of them, it would not be a breeze and none of them would be able to escape. Lord Lin, just now we were blinded before we wanted to let Blue Feather leave. Fortunately you didn't listen to us, otherwise we would have been the sinners of the Star Void realm. As far as that brat's big family young master's temperament is concerned, in the future, he will surely come back to take his revenge. Thank you for stopping our mistake, Pang Zhong said gratefully.
Pang Zhong is right. We have to thank Lord Lin for stopping us from making mistakes. Thank you, Lord Lin.
Several people collectively bowed to Lin Dong again.
All right.
Actually, I did not want to ask for your opinions. I only wanted to distract Blue Feather so that he would let his guard down, but I did not expect that I still did not manage to kill him in one strike, alas.
I'm ashamed, people from a 9th-level civilization are indeed formidable. Lin Dong sighed.
There is no need for Lord Lin to be ashamed. The ones who are ashamed are us, being a part of the Star Void realm, but we have not been able to help in any way.
At this moment, Shen Yuanshu suddenly asked, Lord Lin, I wonder how far away the Star Void realm is from the Spirit Lan domain?
How long will it take for the Blue Clan to arrive here after receiving the message sent by Blue Feather?
Can we take advantage of this time to make some preparations? We can't just sit back with our hands tied. Lin Dong looked towards Shen Yuanshu.
This was the one who truly looked out for the Star Void realm. Worthy of being an old man who was respected by countless people, it was really different from the other few sacred king levels who only had their own interests in their eyes. How could Lin Dong not understand the petty thoughts of Pang Zhong and the others? It was nothing more than wanting to curry favor with Blue Feather. When Blue Feather returned next time to take revenge, there was a chance to live.
Now that the opportunity was gone.
Perhaps in their minds, they were thinking about how to take their clansmen out of the Star Void realm and find a safe place.
Chapter 11:20 Separate Preparations.
From Shen Yuanshu's words, Lin Dong understood that the old man in front of him was truly looking out for the Star Void realm wholeheartedly. Frankly speaking, he could not do so. However, it did not prevent Lin Dong from respecting such a person. Alliance Master Shen Yuan, the distance between the Star Void realm and the Spirit Lan domain is very long. After the Lan clan receives the news, it will take roughly 300 years for them to arrive here with their people. There might be a slight discrepancy in this time, but it will not be too big. which means that we have 300 years to prepare. Lin Dong replied politely. Hearing that the Blue Clan still had 300 years to come to the Star Void realm, the crowd was greatly relieved. This answer was simply too much better than what they had imagined. One would have thought that according to the speed of a 9th level civilization, it would take 10 or 8 years to arrive here. It seems that this 9th level civilization is nothing more than that. In fact, it wasn't that the 9th level civilization wasn't able to make it. It's that the spirit land is too far away from the Star Void realm. How big is the universe? It's almost limitless. A place that could be reached in a few hundred years was not far at all. Moreover, the message had just been sent out, and it would take some time for it to be transmitted to the Blue Clan of the Spirit Land domain. Fortunately, 300 years isn't a long time, but it's not short either. We can utilize these 300 years to make good preparations to deal with the upcoming crisis in the Star Void realm, Xian Yuanshou said. Indeed. 300 years can be used to do a lot of things, and since Lan Yu has been sleeping here for more than 1,000,000 years, who knows if anything has changed in the Spirit Land domain? In case the Blue Clan can't protect themselves, or they've already been exterminated, it's possible. A vast universe, every day is changing rapidly, who can say? Gongsun Jiming comforted. Sister Stop Dream is right. We shouldn't be too pessimistic. The information that Blue Feather passes back may not necessarily reach the Blue Clan either, and there is a chance that there will be an accident in the middle of the journey and it will be intercepted by someone else. Morong Chinga added. The words of both Gongsun Jiming and Morong Chinga were considered to have temporarily eased the tense atmosphere. The likelihood of all of these scenarios were low, yet they weren't non-existent. Having said that, the preparations that should be made still need to be made, so next I am going to hand over the position of the Sacred Alliance's alliance leader to Xian Yuanshou. The affairs of the Star Void realm will all be decided by you alone, just follow your own plans. If anyone dares to hold any opposing views, you can directly notify me, and I will come to talk to him. Lin Dong said seriously. Can't be allowed. Can't make it. Lord Lin, the position of the Sacred Alliance League leader still needs to come from you. I will just assist you from the sidelines. Xian Yuanshou hurriedly refused. In the past, he was the #1 person in the Star Void realm, and he was at peace with being this alliance leader. However, now not only had Pang Zhong's strength surpassed him, Lin Dong had even left him far behind. In this world where strength was honored, such an important position as the Sacred Alliance League leader would have to be held by the strongest person in order to be persuasive and intimidating. That was why, after being defeated by Pang Zhong in the first place, only then did Xian Yuanshou acquiesce to Pang Zhong as the new Sacred Alliance. It wasn't until another person appeared who wasn't on par with Pang Zhong in terms of strength that he powered up to oust Pang Zhong from the stage. Xian Yuan ally, you are an old senior, and don't call you Ayu. I am a junior who is not accustomed to hearing it. You can only advance your plans after you become the ally, with me backing you up. Just go ahead and do it boldly with peace of mind. But Xian Yuanshou still wanted to refuse. Just after uttering 2 words, he was interrupted by Lin Dong. There is nothing but, Xian Yuan ally, you made preparations according to your idea. Of course I will not be idle. I have to close my eyes properly during these 300 years before I can do so. Try to improve my strength a bit, in case a crisis comes. When the time comes, when facing the Blue Clan, there will be more backbone, and the hope of the Starry Void realm will be bigger. For the sake of the future of the Starry Void realm, we have to split up our actions. Lin Dong had spoken to this extent. Xian Yuanshou would have no more reason to refuse. It was just like what the other party had said. For the sake of the future of the Star Void realm, split up. If Lin Dong could raise his strength even further, it would be best if he could reach the true Void God level. The possibility of the Star Void realm surviving the crisis would have to be magnified many times over. Since Lord Lin has said so, it would be a bit ungrateful of me if I were to refuse. Lord Lin, feel free to go into seclusion. The Star Void realm has me. I will definitely not fail you. Xian Yuanshou solemnly promised. Allied Lord Xian Yuan, I believe in you. Lin Dong revealed a smile. He knew whether the Star Void realm could survive the crisis brought about by the Lan clan this time. It also depended on whether he could go further. Any other preparations were useless. A random Void God level from the Blue Clan would be able to sweep through the Star Void realm, and with no one at the top level of the battle force to deal with, any preparation would be for nothing. Of course Lin Dong would not discourage Xian Yuanshou. Being able to utilize this opportunity to twist the Star Void realm together would be of great benefit to the future development of the Star Void realm. The two men reached an agreement. Lin Dong again turned his gaze to Pang Zhong and the others.
You guys will cooperate well with Alliance Master Xian Yuan in the future, know what I mean?
If I find out that any of you are making small moves behind the scenes, don't blame me, Lin Dong, for being unsympathetic and settling old and new scores with you all. These words from Lin Dong could be said to have blocked the plans of Pang Zhong and the others, who wanted to escape the Star Void realm with their clansmen.
The tactics of a half-step Void God level powerhouse were not something that could be comprehended or imagined by a Sing King level. Just like Lin Dong was unable to comprehend the might of a true Void God level right now.
If Pang Zhong's few people, at this point in time, chose to escape, it would be a naked betrayal of the Star Void realm. If they were discovered by Lin Dong on the way to escape, it was possible that he would destroy them all in a fit of anger. Before they could even wait for the Lan clan to attack in 300 years, they would be exterminated.
That would be too unjust. None of the five dared to gamble.
Yes.
Don't worry, Lord Lin.
We will definitely cooperate with Alliance leader Xian Yuan to the fullest and will never dare to have second thoughts. Zhang Taiyin was the first to step forward and said, Lord Lin, we are all members of the Star Void realm. If the Star Void realm is in trouble, it's too late for us to help Alliance Master Xian Yuan with all our might, so how could we possibly engage in petty actions? That wouldn't make us sinners of the Star Void realm.
Ji Changsheng followed in agreement. The remaining three also expressed
they would definitely cooperate with Xian Yuan Shou and get the preparations done.
Alright then.
I hope you guys can do what you say. The Star Void realm is a common home for all of you. You're there when it's time for enjoyment, and when it's time for trouble, no one wants to be left alone, or else.
Humph.
Please rest assured, Lord Lin.
We will definitely do our best to cooperate with Alliance Master Xian and guard our home. Alright. All of you go back.
Lin Dong came down to expel the guests.
Farewell, Lord Lin.
After greeting, the five people quickly left. They had long since stopped wanting to stay here.
Facing a half-step Void God level powerhouse like Lin Dong, the psychological pressure was too great.
Especially Pang Zhong, who had a gap with Lin Dong.
Being with Lin Dong,
it was simply torture for him. He was afraid that when Lin Dong was unhappy, he would slap him over and kill him.
Even Blue Feather, a half-step Void God level powerhouse from a 9th level civilization, had been decimated by Lin Dong.
With this amount of strength of his own, he could be killed in a second with a single move if he catalyzed his divine power.
Chapter 1121 Lin Dong's Decision. The five Pang Zhong people left.
Only Lin Dong and Morong Qingda were left at the scene, as well as Gongsun Jiming, a few senior members of the seven-colored glazed sect.
Sister Meng, now that those four old ladies are dead, I believe that the disappearance of the Sage Realm will never happen again in the future. In the future, the seven-colored glazed sect will be handed over to you. I hope that you will be able to lead us to rebuild the splendor of the seven-colored glazed sect. Lin Dong said. Thank you, Lord Lin. Gongsun Jiming bowed towards Lin Dong.
This was a thank you from the bottom of his heart. It was not taken in by Lin Dong's strength. If it was not for Lin Dong, she might never have known the secrets of the four Supreme Elders. Waiting for the four Supreme Elders' male sons to awaken.
What would happen? Where will the seven-colored glazed sect end up? It was all a mystery. Thank you, Lord Lin.
A few other higher echelons followed suit and bowed.
They didn't know as much as Gongsun Jiming.
But the seven-colored glazed sect had been established for so many years, and apart from the four true saint-level Taishan elders, there wasn't a single saint realm, which was clearly
unreasonable.
Unexpectedly, it was the four supreme elders who had secretly lured these saint realms into the Forbidden Land and sacrificed them to their males. How many sect seniors had spent their entire lives, coming to the Sage Realm with great difficulty, thinking that there would be a bright future ahead of them, only to become the sustenance of someone else? How unwilling they would be in their hearts as they were dying. Now it was good that the truth was revealed. The seven-colored glazed sect could also finally lift the clouds to see a clear sky.
This was all thanks to Lin Dong.
Sister Meng, there is no need to be polite. In fact, the one who should say thank you is me. If I did not have an agreement with you, I would not have been able to come here today. Once we wait for Blue Feather to completely absorb the charming body and return to her peak, where things will develop to, no one can say for sure. To be able to nip the thread in the bud ahead of time, you deserve a lot of credit for that as well. Chinga also stood out at this time and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Lin Dong.
Thank you, Sister Stop Dream.
She was able to survive thanks to these two people in front of her, otherwise she would have already become someone else's sustenance. Sister Chinga, don't need to thank me, I didn't expect this to be the case now, it was a complete mistake, it was all because of Lord Lin's strength. In fact, if I knew the truth, I wouldn't have allowed Lord Lin to come and take the risk. It's a good thing that Lord Lin was strong enough, or else the consequences would have been unpredictable. Gong Sun Jiming said, and in his heart, he was also afraid. Who would have thought that there was actually a half-step void god-level powerhouse from a level 9 civilization sleeping in the Forbidden Land? If she had known in advance, she would never have told Lin Dong.
At the same time, Gong Sun Jiming was also shocked at Lin Dong's true strength in his heart.
She still remembered that when Lin Dong was first brought back by Elder Red, he was just a brat who had just entered the Eternal Realm.
How long has it been since then?
Even a half-step void god level had fallen into his hands.
He is simply the real chosen one.
He was sent by the heavens to save the Star Void Realm. Gong Sun Jiming was not even worried about the attack of the Blue Clan in 300 years. She felt that Lin Dong would definitely protect the Star Void Realm.
300 years.
It was enough for Lin Dong to cross the hurdle of the half-step void god level and become a true godly Ming realm powerhouse. Lin Dong is my savior, and Sister Stop Dream also sort of indirectly saved me. I am grateful to both of you.
Morong Chinga said with a smile. Lord Lin, how about we leave this place first?
Go to the 7-colored glazed sect and sit down, and Sister Chinga will tell us about your experience in the Forbidden Land, and how you discovered that the 4 Supreme Elders had malicious intentions.
Gong Sun Jiming suggested. All right. Let's leave this place first then. Lin Dong agreed. The moment he spoke,
naturally, no one would object. The group left the Forbidden Land and returned to the living area of the 7-colored glazed sect.
Gong Sun Jiming found a room. The three of them sat together. Morong Chinga then began to tell about what happened after she entered the Forbidden Land.
From the normal cultivation at the beginning, to the 4 Gong Ru clan sisters later casting forbidden techniques to help her increase her strength. Then taking advantage of the Gong Ru clan sisters' weakness, she followed them into the depths of the Forbidden Land and discovered the secrets within. Eventually, she learned the general truth of the matter from the mouths of the 4 masters.
Morong Chinga was unwilling to give up her life and become a sacrifice.
The two sides then fought. It toppled the Forbidden Land,
alarming Gong Sun Jiming and the others. Then Blue Feather awoke.
At the critical moment, Lin Dong arrived.
After listening to Morong Chinga's narration,
Lin Dong and Gong Sun Jiming understood the reason for the sudden surge in the other party's strength. Surprisingly, it was the 4 true saint-level powerhouses that had damaged themselves by 1 rank in exchange.
Such a crazy thing could only be done by the loyal Gongru clan sisters, right? In order for their own son to awaken.
First, they lost a rank of their own, dropping their strength from the true saint level to the pseudo-saint level, and then dedicating themselves to allow Blue Feather to absorb them to recover from their injuries. I really don't know what kind of soul soup Blue Feather has given them. They hadn't even come to their senses after more than 1,000,000 years. Probably brainwashed since childhood, in the hearts of the 4, Blue Feather was everything to them and their motivation to live. Even if it meant sacrificing themselves. In fact, this kind of person is the most terrifying.
Can even give up their own lives.
Has completely lost himself. Gong Sun Jiming had thought that Morong
Chinga was from the same planet as Lin Dong and was extremely talented.
He did not realize that it was the 4 Supreme Elders who had cast a forbidden spell to elevate it. It seemed that the chosen son was still only Lin Dong. Next, Lin Dong began to think about what his future path should be. The plan to seclude himself on Earth would definitely need to be put on hold for the time being. The Blue Clan would attack in 300 years. He would act as the first line of defense for the Star Void Realm. Success or failure was directly related to the survival of the Star Void Realm. Lin Dong also had to pay attention. The key was that he did not know what strength the Blue Clan would send. Void God level or Yuan Shen level? The unknown made Lin Dong not dare to be the slightest bit careless, and he had to do his best to make the best preparations. In the end, he decided to use the 7-colored glazed sect as a stronghold to receive all of Yunxi and the girls. This place was now completely safe. The atmosphere for cultivation was also very good. Sister Hong grew up here, and living here, she should be happy as well. Sister Meng, I would like to bring Sister Hong and Yun Shi and the girls back to live in the seven-colored glazed sect. What do you think?
Lin Dong asked. Good. Good. Of course it is good.
Don't worry, Lord Lin, I will definitely teach them well and make sure that they all achieve the eternal realm.
Dongsun Jiming replied happily.
She could not wait for Lin Dong to bring everyone to live back in the seven-colored glazed sect. That way, Lin Dong would definitely live here as well.
Half-step void god level Ah. It was still the only one in the star void realm.
Once Lin Dong lived here, the seven-colored glazed sect would become the holy land of the star void realm.
That's fine.
I will go and pick them up later, so I will trouble Sister Meng from now on.
No trouble. No trouble. Gongsun Jiming's face was filled with smiles.
Sister Dream, you shouldn't call me Lord Lin either, it's too formal, it's better to call me Lin Dong.
That is fine. Gongsun Jiming agreed after some thought. With her understanding of Lin Dong,
the other party was not the type of person who cared about such trivial matters.
Calling Lord Lin was indeed a bit of pulling away the distance between the two parties. Chapter 1122 System Changes.
After bidding farewell to Gongsun Jiming and Morongqinga, Lin Dong left the seven-colored continent. He returned to the central divine continent, where Yun Shi and the others resided. He briefly told everyone about what had happened in the seven-colored glazed sect. However, in order to not let the crowd worry, Lin Dong concealed the fact that Blue Feather came from a 9th-level civilization and the possibility of the Blue Clan coming to attack in 300 years. He only said that Blue Feather and the Gongru clan sisters were not from the Star Void realm.
It drew a scream from everyone.
They were all disciples of the seven-colored glazed sect. It turned out that the 4 supreme elders weren't even from the Astral Void realm. It turned out that the sage realm that the sect had cultivated over the years had all been sacrificed by the supreme elders to their males. It turns out that they cultivated Sister Hong, but they actually wanted to wait for my Sister Hong to become a saint realm as a final sacrifice.
It's abominable. Simply serpentine.
Everyone felt bad for the seniors of the sect who were sacrificed,
fighting wholeheartedly for the sect.
But in the end, they were exchanged for such a result.
Bailey Yanhong heard that the Gongru sisters were from an alien civilization and were now dead. The expression looked a little complicated.
From a young age, she grew up with the 4 of them.
To say that there were no feelings, that was impossible.
Master cultivated himself, actually in order to let himself sacrifice, Morongqinga heart the only point of guilt swept away.
Now she had completely let it go.
Lin Dong also spoke about not returning to Earth for the time being. Yun Shi and the others did not care either. As long as they followed Lin Dong anyway, it would be the same no matter where they were. After picking up the crowd, Lin Dong headed to the seven-colored glazed sect.
After everything was settled,
Lin Dong still had to prepare to return to Earth once. At least some of the high-tech products from the Star Void realm should be brought back so that Earth could develop as well.
Especially in terms of genetics, reagents and medicines that could increase longevity.
He didn't want to wait until he returned to Earth after 300 years and things had changed. Where on Earth could humans live up to 300 years? If he didn't send back things that could change his genes and extend his lifespan, after 300 years, the Earth would have changed again. The familiar people would have long since become dead bones.
This was something Lin Dong did not wish to see anymore. Since he now had the ability, how could he not help the humans of Earth? Moreover, it would not take long.
When he had followed Bailey Yanhong here, he had traveled through 3-dimensional space. Now that he was going back, he was traveling through 9-dimensional space.
The speed was unknown how many times faster.
Lin Dong then told Su Shuiling that he wanted some gene-altering medicines. With the strength of the Treasure Bowl Merchant Company. With the strength of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, it would be easy to get as many of these lowest-level contraptions as he wanted. Although Su Shuiling was curious as to what Lin Dong was using them for.
However, she would not ask Lin Dong's explanation. It would be fine to carry out.
There was no need to ask so clearly. Due to what happened in the seven-colored glazed sect, not many people were present and Lin Dong had explained that everyone should not spread the word. Therefore, it had not been spread until now. Those who knew were only those who were present.
With Lin Dong's explanation, no one dared to spread the news.
Right now, Su Shueling did not even know that Lin Dong had already become the only half-step void god-level powerhouse in the Star Void realm.
All preparations were completed.
Lin Dong locked himself in his room.
Taking a deep breath. The system had been successfully upgraded.
He had to open the system to see how he could obtain Divine Magnificence points to continue upgrading his strength. This was not only related to the survival of the Star Void realm, but would also be related to Lin Dong's own safety.
The system panel was opened.
A large piece of words popped up.
System upgrade completed. Successfully accessed the 9th level Civilization Spirit LAN domain network.
After this upgrade, the system has completed all upgrades. However, according to the rules, the system can still undergo an ultimate evolution. In order to meet the requirements for the system's ultimate evolution, the host needs to gather the 3 divine artifacts scattered throughout the universe. The 3 divine artifacts are the Heaven Opening Axe, the Thunder God Hammer, and the Sun Shooting Bow. Currently, the host already possesses the Thunder God Hammer, and only needs to find the Heaven Opening Axe and the Sun Shooting Bow to open the system's ultimate evolution. When the ultimate evolution is completed, the system will reveal the mysteries of the universe, so please look forward to it, host.
Lin Dong looked at the introduction given by the system and fell into deep thought.
It seemed that the 9th level civilization had reached the top. There was no way for the system to ascend. As for the matter of the 3 divine artifacts being able to open the system's ultimate evolution, there had already been a hint when the system detected the Thunder God's Hammer during the auction at the Treasure Basin Trading House. Now Lin Dong was curious.
What was the mystery of the universe? How big was the universe? And how was it formed? And what was beyond the universe?
Shaking his head, Lin Dong temporarily put these thoughts behind him.
Let's first get through the immediate crisis. The matter of ultimate evolution was still early. Moreover, the universe was so large that it was almost boundless. Encountering the Thunder God's Hammer was a stroke of luck. Where could he find the other Heaven Opening Axe and Sun Shooting Bow?
It was countless times harder than finding a needle in a haystack.
It was too unrealistic.
Lin Dong did not want to pursue such nebulous things either. If he could meet them, he would meet them. If he could not, then forget it. The system interface jumped open and then Lin Dong's latest information appeared.
Host, Lin Dong.
Balance 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. Spirit Void Coins.
Physique, Sacred King Grade 10th Order, 100 Divine Magnificence points can be upgraded. Spirit, Saint King Grade 10th Order, 100 Divine Magnificence points can be upgraded. Battle Strength, Half-Step Void God Level.
Combat Skills, Void God Fist, Perfect, Shattering Sky Palm, Perfect, Breaking Evil Sword Technique, Perfect. Skills, Ancient Chinese Medicine, Perfect.
God's Honor Point, 0.
Special Skill, Split Body Technique, 3rd Order. Lin Dong carefully stared at his profile for a while. It seemed that apart from updating the currency and balance, there was not much change from before.
The Spirit Void Coin should be the virtual currency of the 9th level civilization, Spirit LAN domain. Just as Lin Dong was thinking. The system skipped again. A new interface appeared. There was another large introduction. The 9th level civilization Spirit LAN domain has completed the construction of a huge virtual world called the Spirit Cage. As long as one is able to connect to the Spirit LAN domain's network, one can put their spiritual energy, soul force, into the Spirit Cage through special equipment. In the world of the Spirit Cage, everyone can live, learn, and fight like in the real world. There is no difference from the real world. At the same time, the Spirit Cage also has a huge role, and one that all races tend to go to great lengths to enter. Once they enter the Spirit Cage, their spiritual power, soul force, will all be exercised to achieve rapid growth. As we all know, spiritual power, soul power, is the most difficult thing to enhance. The Spirit Cage was designed at the beginning with the purpose of exercising spiritual power, soul power, and with continuous optimization, the effect is getting better and better. Nowadays, the Spirit Cage has already become the second largest world of human activities in the Spirit LAN domain, and countless forces have set up their roots in it just so that they can take up a better position, so that their clansmen's spiritual power, soul power, to get better exercise, and there are even countless races that have squeezed their heads out, wanting to be stationed in the Spirit Cage. Does the host enter the Spirit Cage? 2 options. Yes or no. Chapter 1123, Spirit Cage.
Lin Dong's mind was a little confused as he looked at the system's introduction.
Spirit Cage? A virtual world constructed by the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain? One could put their spiritual energy into it and live, learn, and fight inside? Wasn't it similar to the spiritual illusion realm? Lin Dong had entered the spiritual illusion realm, not just once or twice. Moreover, he had even done something indescribable with Bailey Yanhong in it.
He was well aware of the realism in the spiritual illusion realm. He also remembered that the first time he was forced to enter, it felt even more real than the real world. Surprisingly, someone had constructed such a virtual huge world. It really was worthy of being a rank 9 civilization. Such a means was something that the 7th level civilization, Star Void Realm, couldn't even catch up with.
And according to the system, as long as the spiritual power entered the spirit cage, it could achieve the effect of exercising the spiritual power, causing it to grow rapidly. Then wouldn't everyone still be in a hurry to enter the spirit cage as soon as they had the time? Growing spiritual power.
Who doesn't know that the later one's cultivation reaches, the stronger one's strength is, the more useful one's spiritual power is.
Something that can boost spiritual energy. Precious not to mention, the key is that it's too rare.
Every time it appeared, it would cause countless forces to struggle and grab it.
Under such circumstances, who wouldn't want to enter a spirit cage to enhance their spiritual energy? No wonder the spirit cage could become the second largest world in the Spirit Lan domain. With such an effect, only a fool would not want to enter. Suddenly Lin Dong's eyes lit up.
Since the spirit cage was no different from the real world, being able to live and learn and even fight on the surface,
then wasn't it also possible to complete transactions of spirit void coins in there as well? Obtaining divine magnificence points? If it was possible, it was absolutely great news for Lin Dong.
This was because there was no need to travel to the Spirit Lan domain, only in the Star Void realm. With his spiritual energy entering the spirit cage, he could spend money to obtain divine magnificence points as a means of upgrading his strength. It was best to raise his strength to the extreme before the Blue Clan came to attack. At that time, the Blue Clan would not be enough to worry about.
Lin Dong suppressed his excitement. The selection was made. He would enter the spirit cage to see. Could it be consumed inside or not? This would be related to the next series of actions. After agreeing to enter the spirit cage,
Lin Dong felt his eyes darken. This was immediately followed by a heavenly rotation as if his body was floating in the air.
A moment later,
when Lin Dong felt that his feet were on the ground,
he opened his eyes.
What greeted him was a bloody mouth. Without waiting for Lin Dong to react, it directly bit into him with a fishy odor.
Can this Nima be tolerated?
Covering his nose, Lin Dong dodged to avoid the bloody mouth and his body appeared on the side, followed by a punch on this huge head.
Boom!
The sound of collision passed. The head that was hit by him, along with its body, quickly flew out and continuously rolled several 360 degrees, smashing over several large trees with a diameter of more than 1 meter before finally coming to a halt. Only then did Lin Dong see clearly what kind of contraption had just attacked him. It was actually a giant python. Its length reached tens of meters.
It was on the verge of becoming an immortal.
At this moment, the giant python had its head flattened by Lin Dong's punch, and blood mixed with brain matter flowed out from its closed bloody mouth, and had completely died. The strength in the spirit cage was a reflection of the strength of the spiritual power in the real world.
In other words,
the stronger the spiritual power in the real world, the stronger the strength after entering the spirit cage. With the help of the system, Lin Dong's spiritual strength in the real world was a bug level.
Existence. After entering the spirit cage, it was certainly impossible to be weak. Looking at the dead python in front of him,
Lin Dong raised his fist breathlessly. Just now, he did not exert much force at all. As a result, he did not expect to die just like that.
The python looked quite bluff.
The scales all over its body were silver white and there were 2 horns of nearly 10 centimeters on its head.
I'm afraid it's all about to evolve.
I didn't expect it to be so unbeatable.
It is really a useless thing to look at.
Lin Dong did not realize.
This is not an ordinary python. Rather, it is a python that is transformed into a future dragon.
Although it is not a real dragon. But it also has the word dragon in it.
It is the overlord of this area.
when he saw Lin Dong suddenly appear. The Jiao dragon thought that the food belonging to him had arrived.
There were not a few humans that it had eaten. Each one it ate would be beneficial to its growth.
As a result, it did not expect that it had kicked the iron plate this time and planted a big head, being settled with a light punch. Shaking his head, Lin Dong no longer paid attention to the giant python and began to survey the surroundings.
Countless sky-high trees towered around. It looked like it should be a primitive forest. This is the spirit cage? He brought his hands up.
His right hand rested on top of the back of his left hand, grabbed the skin, and rotated it with force.
Hiss.
Lin Dong sucked in a breath of cool air.
It really fucking hurt. So real.
Walking over to the python's corpse, Lin Dong reached out and touched the other party's silver-white scales and casually pulled a piece off, throwing it gently towards the front. The scale spun and flew out, penetrating a large tree with a diameter of 2 meters, not stopping yet, and continued to fly forward until it penetrated several more large trees before it was stuck inside a tree with a diameter of at least 5 meters and did not come out.
It was smooth. It was also very sharp. With just the scales on its body able to achieve such an effect, this snake shouldn't be weak. How come it was so unbeatable?
Lin Dong was somewhat puzzled.
After thinking about it, he could not come up with a name. Forget it. It is better to leave first. Finding a city to see if we can trade is the most important thing at the moment.
With a single leap, Lin Dong had disappeared.
Not long after Lin Dong left,
a team of 5 or 6 people were cautiously walking slowly.
Big Brother. Why do I feel that something is not right? All the way here is so quiet? We wouldn't have mistakenly entered the territory of a certain overlord-level ferocious beast, right? One of them asked cautiously.
The voice sounded a little shaky.
What are you talking blindly about? I'm familiar with this area. Where is there any overlord-level ferocious beasts? They're just some unimpressive beasts.
The Han who led the way replied. Only his voice was not too confident.
Obviously he didn't believe what he said himself. Big brother. You won't harm us.
I don't want to die, I just want to find some medicinal herbs to go back and raise my spiritual power so that when I make a breakthrough, I'll have more certainty.
What's in it for me to harm you? And isn't harming you harming myself? Who wouldn't want to find something good to go back to? Those places outside have been trampled on. Where are there any good things left? If you want treasures, you have to go into the depths of the dense forest. Do you understand the principle that wealth and riches are in danger? Yes, I do. But I don't want to die. Who wants to die? Do I want to die?
A few people spoke cautiously as they walked.
They
noticed the view in front of them suddenly become open. There was sunlight shining onto the ground.
Immediately, it aroused the alertness of a few people.
Within the dense and impermeable primitive forest shrouded by the sky-high trees, there was sunlight shining down. It was definitely not normal.
There must be a demon when things go wrong. Chapter 11:24, The Human Heart. Several people wanted to go around this place.
However, they could not resist the curiosity in their hearts and slowly approached.
By the time they walked to a place with an open view, they were directly stunned by the scene in front of them.
Only several sky-high trees collapsed.
The scene was a mess. What was even more shocking was, a giant thing was lying there motionless.
The huge head was beaten beyond recognition. There was a large bloodstain underneath it. It was all flowing out of the giant creature's mouth. Obviously this giant thing had been hit in the head and had already died.
Big brother, this isn't the legendary overlord-level ferocious beast, Silver King Jiaolong? Another slightly bolder team member asked with a trembling voice.
The Silver King Jiaolong was a notorious overlord-level ferocious beast.
It was powerful, not to mention,
it was covered in treasures.
On the reward list,
this Jiaolong was worth 10 billion
spirit void coins. That's tens of billions of spirit void coins.
A temporary medicine-picking team like theirs would work hard for a month, and if they were lucky, they would only be able to pick up a few 100,000 worth of spirit medicine.
Of course, there was no lack of people who had unbelievable luck.
In one go, they would be able to harvest hundreds of millions of pills. But that kind of situation is too few and far between. And now lying in front of a few people. It was something worth 10 billion spirit void coins.
Seeing this scene, everyone could guess roughly. There should have been a big battle here not too long ago.
The Silver King Jiao Long died in the battle. It was unknown what kind of ferocious beast killed the Silver King Jiao Dragon.
They didn't think that it was killed by a human. After all, this is something worth tens of billions of spirit void coins, who would not take it away if they killed it? That's not how you do it even if you have money.
However, the truth of the matter was,
Lin Dong had just entered the spirit cage.
He did not know the value of this thing yet.
Even if he did, he would not take it with him. 10 billion spirit void coins? It is just a small amount of money.
It wasn't worth his hand to carry such a large corpse back.
Well, it seems like it is indeed a Silver King Jiao Long.
The person in the lead shivered and replied. His name was Zhao Xiong. It was the captain of this small team. It was also the strongest.
Then, wouldn't we be rich?
The Silver King Jiao Long's reward amount is 10 billion spirit void coins. As long as we take it out and exchange it for money, our future days will be as free as we want them to be. Another team member said excitedly.
The moment these words came out,
everyone's eyes glazed over.
Right.
As long as we bring the Silver King Augur Dragon out. What else is there to come out and risk and pick medicines? There's no need to worry in this lifetime. Zhao Xiong suddenly seemed to think of something.
His face changed greatly and he said, "Let's quickly take the body and go. Just now there was a big battle here. Looking at the appearance of the Silver King Jiao Long, it should have just died not long ago. Maybe the other murderer who killed the Silver King Jiao Long is still in the vicinity of here. In case of encountering it, one of us can't run away, and all of us will be dead." These words came out. Everyone showed a look of fear, thinking that the murderer that could kill the Silver King Jiao Dragon was nearby. A chill pushed from the soles of their feet straight to the sky. Tremors ran through their bodies. For this kind of overlord-level ferocious beast to want to kill them, it wasn't as easy as stepping on a few ants.
Right. Boss is right, let's go, let's get out of here. The other few people agreed. The 6 of them topped the Galaxy Augur's terrifying aura, shivering to the end as they slowly approached the corpse. Even though it was already dead. The pressure emanating from the corpse of the Silver King Augur Dragon still made a few people feel fearful. Arriving next to the corpse, Zhao Xiong squatted down and dipped his hand in a bit of blood. It was still hot. Another chill bubbled up in his heart. Sure enough, it had just died not long ago. Right now, his feet couldn't help but take a step away, wanting to turn around and flee the place. However, he thought of the value of the Silver King Scaly Dragon. Again, he hardened himself and held back. Riches and riches are in danger. This kind of heavenly opportunity could not be encountered once in a lifetime. If you leave like this, if they thought about it in the future, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. A group of 6 people took the Silver King Jiao Long's corpse with them and quickly left. Although they were 100,000 miles away from the living Silver King Jiao Long, if it was just the corpse, they could still move it. After all, those who dared to venture into the depths of this primordial forest had a certain level of strength. Lin Dong still did not know that the small snake he had casually killed was still the overlord of that area. Now he was prepared to find the city first. Due to the people in the spirit cage, it was the spiritual energy from the real world that was put in. Therefore, in the spirit cage, there was no such thing as probing the surroundings with spiritual energy. So much so that Lin Dong could only search on his own. To be honest, without spiritual energy, it was not really convenient in this strange place. If it was in the real world, with his huge spiritual power released, Lin Dong would have been able to quickly find out about his surroundings and locate the cities where humans had gathered. Nowadays, however, he could only wander around the primitive forest like a headless fly. Lin Dong also wanted to directly fly high into the air. However, he realized that after reaching a certain height, he was restricted. There seemed to be a force within the spirit cage that prevented humans from flying too high. It was possible that it was formulated by the designer of the spirit cage. With no other choice, Lin Dong had no choice but to continue searching on his own. After moving in the identified direction, for a long period of time, he sensed that something was wrong. He felt that as long as he determined a direction and kept walking, he would be able to get out. As a result, he did not leave the primitive forest for such a long time. Lin Dong knew that he should be getting deeper and deeper. Then he turned around and returned the way he came. When he returned to the place where he had descended, Lin Dong realized that the body of the small snake that he had killed was already gone.
Upon further inspection, there were human footprints all around. This discovery made him overjoyed.
Since there were human footprints, it proved that someone had come here. Moreover, these people had taken away the body of the little snake, or dragged it away, and there were obvious marks of blood in dragging along the way. All one needed to do was follow, and one would be able to get out of this primitive forest.
Pressing down his excitement, Lin Dong then quickly followed the imprints away. At this time,
the team of 6 that had just taken away the Silver King Jiao Dragon had already arrived at the edge of the forest.
After leaving the forest, a little further on, they would be able to come to a nearby city. The strange thing was, it was clearly a team of 6 people. Now there was only one person left.
It was none other than the captain, Zhao Xiong. He was dragging the tail of the Silver King Scaly Dragon, traveling forward step by step. His body was already exhausted.
The smile on his face was getting brighter and brighter.
Soon he would become a dragon-slaying hero, worshipped by countless people, and then sell the Silver King Jiao Dragon. No matter if it was in the real world or in the spirit cage, money and beautiful women would not be a worry in this life. The more he thought about it, the more the smile on his face flourished.
Just now on the road,
in order to monopolize the entire Silver King Jiao Dragon, Zhao Xiong had killed all the remaining 5.
Completely paraphrasing, in front of interests, any relationship could be betrayed.
If there wasn't, it only meant that there wasn't enough interest. Although their team hadn't been established for a long time, they had experienced the test of life and death. I didn't realize that we all did it by sharing the hardships, but we didn't cross the hurdle of sharing the blessings. It was really saddening.
Chapter 1125 Endless City. Not having traveled for long, Lin Dong realized that there was something wrong ahead on the road.
It was only when he got closer that he saw it.
It was 2 human corpses. There were slight signs of struggle around them. He searched and found 3 more not far away.
A total of 5 human corpses. The 5 hadn't been dead for long, and all of them had a resigned look on their faces. The cause of death was examined. It was found that all 5 had been killed. In this dense forest in the middle of nowhere, it was normal to have fights and deaths. What really puzzled Lin Dong was, these people should have all entered the spirit cage from the real world through special equipment that allowed their spiritual energy to enter the spirit cage, right? After their deaths, why did their corpses not disappear but remained present?
If they died in the spirit cage, what would happen in the real world? Would it awaken? Or would they stay asleep and never wake up?
Spiritual power can be called soul power.
According to normal circumstances,
when a person's soul died in the real world, then that person would also be completely dead, leaving only a shell.
Lin Dong's body shook violently. The spirit cage world was almost no different from the real world. If one were to die here, wouldn't death follow in the real world as well? Judging from the condition of these corpses, it was quite possible. In other words,
although spirit cages can enhance spiritual power, they also come with a huge crisis.
In case you accidentally die in the spirit cage,
then the real world won't be able to wake up.
How can you wake up when your soul is gone? Of course, this could be Lin Dong's speculation.
However, he felt that it was highly probable.
How else could he explain the phenomenon of these dead bodies not disappearing?
At this time, Lin Dong realized another problem.
How should he go back?
If he could not return, his body in the real world would not be able to awaken.
He could not wait to see if the system could be opened.
It was also surprising that the system could be opened. As expected, it was worthy of being something from a god-level civilization. The spirit cage was also unable to restrict the system. Lin Dong was also prepared to look for how to exit the spirit cage on the system. As a result, the first thing he saw was the option to exit the spirit cage world.
Without hesitation, he chose to exit.
His eyes went black and the sensation of the sky spinning around
came once again.
When Lin Dong opened his eyes again, he had already returned to the real world. Hiss.
Exhale. A deep breath was inhaled and exhaled again.
Lin Dan felt that what he had just experienced was just too unbelievable.
It was fortunate that it was possible to come back. Those people who had just died, why didn't they return to the real world at the last minute? Could it be that there was some kind of restriction in it?
Shaking his head, Lin Dan felt that he did not understand too much and still needed to go and slowly search for answers in the spirit cage. Perhaps dying in the spirit cage did not have any effect on the real world at all. Lin Dan thought that he had nothing to do in the real world. He then once again passed through the system and entered the spirit cage world. It was still the same place as when he had just left the spirit cage. This time there was no blood bowl to greet him.
He then continued to follow the imprints left behind by the dragging little snake as he quickly advanced. The other side.
Endless City, as the city closest to the Endless Forest, was bustling with activity. Every day, many adventurers came to Endless City to take a break for a day or two before entering the Endless Forest to explore and take their chances. At the same time, there were also many adventurers who returned from the Endless Forest with a full load and returned to Endless City, after selling most of their things. Some were ready to enter the Endless Forest again, while others happily chose to leave, choosing not to continue adventuring and go back to their free days.
Endless City was actually a transit point where many merchants were.
A place for adventurers to rest and sell things.
Today, a big event had sensationalized the entire Endless City. Someone actually brought back the corpse of the Silver King Scaly Dragon from the Endless Forest. Silver King Jiaolong. A dominant beast on the reward list worth 10 billion Spirit Void coins. 10 billion Spirit Void coins.
Hearing this figure would make these adventurers at the bottom of the needle go crazy. Not to mention tens of billions, even if they had 100 million. They would all just find a place to go and enjoy their lives.
Why bother venturing to the Endless Forest?
The key was that this person who brought back the corpse of the Silver King's Jiao Dragon, named Zhao Xiong, was still a nameless person in the adventure world.
He had never heard of any battle records before.
I didn't expect this person to be amazing without a sound.
Directly came with a king bomb. Regarding the Silver King Augur Dragon.
The explanation given by Zhao Xiong was that when he was leading a team to venture into the Endless Forest, he happened to run into the Silver King Jiaolong fighting another Overlord-class beast.
That guy, that scene, was simply astounding and earth-shattering.
Just the pressure that was emitted made the entire squad not dare to approach. In the end, the Silver King Jiaolong was defeated and escaped after being seriously injured by another Overlord-level beast. As the saying went, Zhao Xiong and his teammates were not willing to be mere spectators, so they quietly followed them. After observing for some time, they confirmed that the Silver King Scaly Dragon's injuries were really serious. Then they decided to take a gamble.
Preparing to make a concerted effort to take down the Silver King Jiaolong. Once they succeeded, the rest of their lives would be completely free from worry. After a fierce fight, they finally killed the severely injured Silver King Jiaolong. However, the Silver King Jiaolong's last desperate attempt also wiped out the rest of the team, and only Zhao Xiong was left in the whole team. The price paid could not be described as small. This explanation was still acceptable to the majority of people. After all, if the Silver King Jiaolong wasn't seriously injured, wouldn't it be something that an ordinary person could deal with?
If even someone like Zhao Xiong could kill the Silver King Jiao Dragon, it wouldn't be worth that much money. At the same time, everyone sighed at Zhao Xiong's luck, which was simply heaven-defying.
The entire team had died out, and he was the only one still alive. Then wouldn't this entire Silver King Jiao Dragon belong to him?
A single person taking 10 billion Spirit Void coins all by himself. Thinking about it made one's blood boil. However, Zhao Xiong said, even though his teammates were dead, it was impossible for him to kill the Silver King Jiao Dragon by himself without their help. So after selling the Silver King Jiaolong, he would find the families of these dead teammates and distribute the money to them.
It is also considered to be an explanation for the dead teammates.
Such a righteous approach impressed the adventurers of Endless City. It was foreseeable that from now on, there would be one more name in the adventuring world of Endless City and Endless Forest.
Zhao Xiong.
No matter what method he used, he was able to bring back the corpse of the Silver King
Augur Dragon. That was one of the ceilings of the adventure world. Qualified to be the object of worship for countless adventurers. And yet no one knew.
When Zhao Xiong's squad found the Silver King Jiao Dragon, it was already dead. In order to be able to take the Silver King Jiao Dragon all by himself, Zhao Xiong ended up killing all of his teammates around him. He was also considered a ruthless person.
Chapter 11:26 Bidding. Lin Dong followed the imprints left behind by Zhao Xiong when he left and soon walked out of the Endless Forest and arrived outside Endless City. He did not encounter anyone along the way.
If it was usual, there would definitely be many adventurers as long as they were near the edge of the Endless Forest. However, today was rather special. Everyone was attracted by Zhao Xiong and the Silver King Jiao Long and returned to Endless City. The Silver King Jiao Dragon was the dominant level beast inside the Endless Forest. Who wouldn't want to see its true face? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Dong looked at the three big characters of Endless City on the city wall and knew the name of the city. The entrance to the city was unguarded. There was not even a city gate, it was just a large passageway. Walking into the Endless City. It was not as bustling as Lin Dong had imagined. The architecture of the city was a bit on the retro style. It was not the kind of reinforced concrete skyscrapers. This was something that Lin Dong felt when he was outside the city. The streets were quite clean and tidy. The population was relatively sparse and there were no stalls or vendors on the side of the streets. After walking for a while, Lin Dong realized that there were a lot of people in front of him. It seemed like the people of Endless City had gathered somewhere. A middle-aged man walked towards him. He stopped the other party and asked politely, "This big brother, may I ask what happened ahead?" "Little brother, you just came back from the Endless Forest?" the middle-aged man asked. Yes. I just arrived at Endless City and I don't know what happened yet. Please also ask Big Brother to explain." Lin Dong did not know what the Endless Forest was. In his mind, he estimated that it should be the primitive forest that he had walked out of. No wonder. "Little brother, you don't know. Something big has happened in Endless City. Someone has finished off the dominating level ferocious beast inside the Endless Forest, the Silver King Jiao Dragon. Now the corpses have all been brought back to Endless City. Everyone wants to go and witness the true face of the Silver King Jiao Dragon. It is a super ferocious beast on the bounty list that is worth tens of billions of Spirit Void coins. Nowadays several clans are in the competition to buy the silver King Jiao Dragon. Silver King Jiao Dragon? Lin Dong's mind conjured up the small snake that he had killed with a single punch when he first came to the Spirit Cage world. Its corpse happened to be brought to Endless City, so it could not be the Silver King Jiao Dragon. Was an Overlord-level ferocious beast so weak? Doubtful, Lin Dong was still prepared to travel to take a look. "Thank you, big brother." "I know." Lin Dong thanked. "Don't be polite, little brother. If you want to go and take a look, you have to be quick. The Silver King Jiao Dragon's corpse is in the square ahead, several dozens of meters long. It is simply not too scary. Once the Silver King Jiao Dragon is bought by whichever clan, it will be taken away right away, so you won't be able to see it even if you want to." The middle-aged man turned around and pointed ahead. "Okay. Thank you, big brother." Lin Dong continued to walk in the direction of the Endless City Square. Dozens of meters in length. He had already guessed that this Silver King Jiao Dragon was most likely the small snake that he had killed. Silver King Jiao Dragon. I didn't expect a small snake to have such a mighty and domineering name. Wasn't this Spirit Cage a virtual world created by the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan Domain? Why is everyone so ignorant? A small snake is making a big fuss. Lin Dong was not aware of this. Level 9 civilizations only had higher technological and battle power ceilings. It did not mean that there were no people at the bottom of the 9th level civilization, and it was not possible for a random person to appear and sweep through the lower level civilizations. It was as if on Earth, there was a world of difference in strength between some projectile places and the two major empires, yet they all had people struggling at the bottom all the same. The Milky Way galaxy and the Star Void realm were no exception. It was only that Lin Dong's starting point was too high after obtaining the system. Apart from experiencing the life of the lowest class on Earth before he had obtained the system, regardless of whether he had arrived at the Milky Way galaxy or the Star Void realm, the people he had come into contact with were all the big clans and powers. Just after arriving in the Milky Way galaxy, he had met the 19th princess of the Galactic Empire, Xiaomu. The Star Void realm was even more so, following Bailey Yanhong directly into the 7-colored glazed sect, and after leaving the 7-colored glazed sect, the people he met were also superpowers like Su Xueling and the Su family. This was coupled with the fact that Lin Dong had spent very little time along the way as his strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Therefore, he actually did not know much about other civilizations outside of Earth, especially the lower class people. And now that he had come to the spirit cage, those who ventured in Endless City as well as into the Endless Forest could be said to be the people struggling at the bottom of the spirit land domain. These people had limited insights and were far from those upper class people who resided within the spirit cage main city. The truth was not as Lin Dong understood it to be. There were also people at the bottom of the 9th level civilization who struggled on the edge of life and death on a daily basis. Of course, the bullish ones were indeed bullish, but not every single one of them were bullish. The vast majority of them were living a very difficult life. The upper class people who were strong and had a high status were ultimately a very small minority. He came to the square of Endless City. Lin Dong finally saw what a sea of people was. The entire square was densely packed with people. Those who were taller were fine, but those who were shorter could only see the heads in front of them. It was good that Lin Dong had a head of 1 meter 8, which was considered to be taller in the crowd, and was able to roughly see the scene on the high platform in front of him. Only to see the body of a silver-white python lying there. Surrounding it were 5 or 6 other richly dressed people who were observing it from a close distance, touching it with their hands from time to time. Wasn't that the small snake that he had killed with one punch when he had just entered Linglong? One of the old men spoke. The Silver King Jiao Dragon hasn't been dead for a long time, and the corpse is quite well preserved. It belongs to the very best of the very best. My Lu family is willing to offer 12 billion spirit void coins to buy it. I wonder what Mr. Zhao thinks about it? 12 billion spirit void coins? Hearing this figure, countless gasps immediately appeared in the square. Those who came to the Endless Forest to venture out were basically the masses at the lowest level, wanting to take their chances. Not to mention 12 billion spirit void coins, they had never seen even 100 million, or even 10 million. With such a large sum of money, whether it was in the real world or in the spirit cage, one could live quite a dashing life and live like a human being. Everyone turned their envious gazes towards a middle-aged man on top of the high platform. He was none other than the person who had brought the Silver King Jiao Dragon back from the Endless Forest, Zhao Xiong. Old Mr. Lu, of course I'm willing to sell it to you, but since there are so many people here today, I, Zhao Xiong, am a small person and I don't dare to offend anyone, so it's still the highest bidder. If old Mr. Lu offers the highest price, then the Silver King Jiao Long naturally belongs to you, the Lu family. Zhao Xiong said smilingly. At this moment, he was at the right time to be spirited. After mixing in the adventure world for so many years, he had traveled to many places. Also experienced all kinds of life and death tests. None of them were able to kill him. Zhao Xiong had never dreamed that he would also have a day of turning over. In fact, he had just come to the Endless Forest not long ago. As a result, he had encountered the corpse of the Silver King Jiao Dragon. Right now, Zhao Xiong was already thinking about how to spend the over 10 billion spirit void coins. As for what he said about distributing it to the families of the dead team members, that was impossible. The people were all killed by him. The purpose was to monopolize this 10 billion plus. How could he still share it out? Only a fool would share it. One person spends this more than 10 billion is not happy? Chapter 1127, Belonging. Zhao Xiong's words had just finished. A middle-aged man then spoke. My Lu family will offer 12.5 billion. The price of the Silver King Augur had risen again, and it had risen by $5 billion. For these people who mingled at the bottom, $500 million was already an unattainable astronomical figure. But for certain family powers, it was just a drop in the bucket. Lu Ji, isn't it too stingy to only go up 500 million? This is an intact Silver King Jiaolong. Skin, flesh, sinews and bones can all enhance the soul power. It can be said that the whole body is a treasure. $10 billion of reward is based on the battle that makes the Silver King Jiaolong's corpse crippled. Now this corpse is so complete, my family is offering $135 billion. The one who spoke this time was a middle-aged beautiful woman. Although she was not as good as Bailey Yanhong. But it wasn't too far off. The key is then Bailey Yanhong will dress up, wearing a graceful and luxurious clothes, somewhat similar to the Cheongsam on Earth, but more exposed than the Cheongsam. Showing all the charm of the body still exists. Let a crowd of male adventurers, looking straight drooling. Nya Hongdo. How much you add is your business, how much I add is my business, just mind your own business, my Lu family's business, it's not your turn to mind. The middle-aged man, Lu Ji, said with an unhappy face. Isn't this me being unworthy for this brother Zhao?
People fought to the death and brought out the injured Silver King Jiao Dragon from the endless forest with great difficulty, and for this reason, even the brothers who were born to die died, and you're still being so unkind.
Nia Hongdo twisted her head to look at Zhao Xiong, and even winked at him. Hiss. Zhao Xiong sucked in a breath. His body was vaguely hot. In his heart, he exclaimed, "Goblin."
Nia Hongdo. Don't show off your flirtatiousness here, it shows off the price.
Lu Ji said through clenched teeth. To be honest, when he looked at Nia Hongdo, his heart was somewhat unable to resist the temptation. It was a pity that it was a rose with thorns. Otherwise, even if he used force, he would have picked her.
Did I sell out? Nia Hongdo had an innocent face.
With that soft look, coupled with her charming figure, if she didn't know that this beautiful woman was strong and powerful, those male adventurers below would have rushed up long ago.
What were they risking their lives for? Wasn't it just money and beauty?
I, the Zhuang family, offer $15 billion.
Another old man said.
The scene was in an uproar.
It went up another 1.5 billion.
It had come to 15 billion. Originally, I thought that the Silver King Augur was only worth 10 billion. According to this situation,
I'm afraid that the final price will exceed 20 billion. Zhao Xiong woke up from the temptation of Nia Hongdo and resisted the urge to laugh.
In his heart, he was still thinking that if he could have a kiss with this woman, he would be willing to spend 1 billion and 2 billion, or even 5 billion.
The temptation was just too strong.
Zhao Xiong was the least resistant to beautiful women. The money he had gotten from all these years of adventures had basically all been spent on women.
10.5 billion wasn't the end of the line.
With the constant bidding, it was still going up, but of course the rate of increase was slowly shrinking. After all, no one's money is not blown by the wind.
If an item exceeds its original value, the big powers will also weigh whether it is worth it or not.
Lin Dong's heart ached as he watched the auction on the stage. He wanted to bid to buy the little snake that he had killed.
He was now almost certain that the spirit cage world could be spent.
10 billion spirit void coins were 100 divine magnificence points. By spending 20 billion spirit void coins to buy the little snake, he would be able to gain 200 divine magnificence points. With these 200 divine magnificence points, one's strength would be able to break through the half-step void god level and reach the true void god level. By the time the Blue Clan came in 300 years, one might have already arrived at the peak of the divine brightness realm. As many as the Blue Clan came, he himself would kill as many as he could. Happiness had come too suddenly, and Lin Dong was a little unable to withstand it.
After thinking about it, he still held back from participating.
As a first-timer, it was better to keep a low profile and figure out the pattern and rules of the spirit cage world first.
Anyway, there was a whole 300 years to go. Don't panic. We are not panicking at all.
Lin Dong hinted to himself in his mind. As long as the spirit cage world could spend spirit void coins, 300 years was enough time for him to do a lot of things.
Soon, the bidding on the stage had soared to 18.8 billion spirit void coins.
At this price, it had almost doubled. Zhao Xiong's heart had long been bursting with joy.
188 billion ah. If it went up a bit more, it would be 20 billion. How should he spend it?
First buy a few mansions in the main city, then find a few beautiful women to serve him.
Change one a day. Change to a new room every day, and be a groom night after night. That day, wouldn't it be beautiful?
Maybe Zhao Xiong never dreamed that he would have this day. Fortunately, he had the foresight to kill those guys.
If they were in, wouldn't he have to share more than $10 billion less?
It was not good to use this 10 billion or so to do something by himself. Why should he share it with others?
I'll offer 19 billion. Nia Hongdo shouted through clenched teeth.
Obviously this figure had already reached her limit.
A complete Silver King Jiao Dragon corpse was indeed precious.
But 19 billion spirit void coins was already more than it was worth. The Nia family is truly wealthy. My Zhuang family gives up.
My Lu family also gives up. My Lu family.
Lu Ji suddenly stopped when he said this, his eyes looking towards Nia Hongdo, the corners of his mouth sketching out a smile as he continued. My Lu family is offering $19.5 billion, Nia Hongdo, if you add more, I'll let you have this Silver King Augur Dragon. You, Nia Hongdo looked at Lu Ji, her teeth itching with anger. She knew that the other party was seeing that she was bound and determined to win the Silver King Scaly Dragon, and that's why she intentionally increased the price. And once it was raised, it was another $500 million.
Simply an asshole. Nia Hondo's appearance was quite something else. How is it? Nia Hondo, are you still going to raise it?
If I don't add it, I'll have to take away the Silver King Scaly Dragon. Lu Ji smiled and urged.
Very well. Lu Ji. You remember what happened today? Nia Hondo gritted her teeth and said. What? You can't compete but you want to come to the dark side?
Nia Hondo, it's not that I look down on you, to play the een, you're really not enough to look at.
Lu Ji sneered.
Then he added, since you're not going to raise the price anymore, let's announce the Silver King Augur Dragon's belonging. Zhao Xiong was about to speak. $195 billion was already far beyond his expectations, and it was also enough for him to splurge for the rest of his life.
It didn't matter if it was added or not. Even if it was added again, it wouldn't add much.
Right now, Zhao Xiong really didn't care about $100 or $200 million.
First, get the money in hand is the most secure.
The most important thing is to get the money in your hands first.
Nia Hondo jumped the gun and said, who says I won't raise the price? I'll bid 19.8 billion. 198 billion.
The Nia family is worthy of being the Nia family, huh?
Silver King Augur is let to you.
Lu Ji said with a big smile. In the end, Nia Hondo bought the complete Silver King Jiao Dragon Corpse from Zhao Xiong at a price of 19.8 billion Spirit Void coins. Lin Dong watched as the transaction between the two parties was completed and thought to himself that if he did not have any money, if he went to the endless forest and hunted down a few Silver King Jiao Dragon level ferocious beasts, wouldn't he be able to get rich as well? Unfortunately, he could not find a place to spend his own money, so it was better to forget about such things as earning money.
Chapter 1128, Changning City.
The bidding for the Silver King Scaly Dragon had a result. In the end, the beautiful woman, Nia Hondo, bought the complete Silver King Jiao Dragon Corpse at a sky-high price of 19.8 billion. A normal bounty would probably be around 10 billion Spirit Void coins. It would be reduced if the corpse was incomplete. But this Silver King Jiao Dragon was really too well preserved. Other than bleeding some blood, almost all the other parts were intact. The people from the several great clans were curious. What kind of battle was it that the Silver King Jiao Dragon didn't even have any external injuries? Only a piece of scale was missing somewhere on its body. The heavy blow to the head was the Silver King Jiao Dragon's fatal injury. A small team with Zhao Xiong's strength could also kill the severely injured Silver King Jiao Dragon? To be honest, everyone didn't quite believe it. Questioning Zhao Xiong. He also just said that the waves of the battle between the two Overlord-class fierce beasts were too big, and they could only stand and watch from a distance, not daring to get close at all for fear of being caught in the battle, so they didn't see it clearly. By the time their team found the Silver King Jiaolong, this fellow was already seriously injured and dying. It was only after a great battle that they finally killed it. This statement actually had many loopholes. But since the person in question had said so, it was not good for the others to continue to pursue the matter. Anyway, no matter what, the Silver King Jiaolong's corpse was indeed brought out by Zhao Xiong. This was an indisputable fact. As for what the real situation was, I'm afraid that only Zhao Xiong and his teammates were clear about it. And the team members had all been killed in action. The only one left who knew the truth was Zhao Xiong. The bidding ended. The Silver King Augur was taken away by the Nia family's people. The people watching in the square gradually dispersed with them. Lin Dong began to wander around the endless city, preparing to get a good understanding of the spirit cage world before making his next plans.
What kind of restaurants are? Tea houses. Restaurants.
As long as there were many people, Lin Dong had gone in all of them. While listening to other people's chats and observing the spirit cage world, he occasionally interjected and
asked about the doubts in his heart. Because Lin Dong's tone of voice was very much in place, all flattering words, the adventurers would basically patiently answer. After half a day of understanding and feeling,
Lin Dong sort of had a basic understanding of the spirit cage world. The spirit cage world was the same as the spirit Lan domain, and all used one currency.
That was the spirit void coin. This was something that made Lin Dong overjoyed.
It meant that he could make his mark in the spirit cage world. There was no need to go to the Spirit Land domain to rapidly increase his strength. Although the Spirit Cage world was a virtual world. However, it was actually almost no different from the Spirit Land domain. One was a world where the physical body lived, and the other was a world where the soul lived. In terms of senses, the soul's senses were a little more sensitive. Which meant that in the Linglan world, if one was injured, it would be more painful than the real world. In turn, the emotions of delight, pleasure, and happiness in the Spirit Cage world would be amplified a bit. Plus, in the Spirit Cage world, it was also possible to increase spiritual energy. That was why the Spirit Cage was able to become the second largest world for human activities. Endless City was a city near the edge of the Endless Forest. In the beginning, Endless City was a small village, and as more and more people came to the Endless Forest for adventures, it slowly became the current Endless City. Those who operated in this area were basically the lowest class of people, the adventurers. They explored the Endless Forest every day, hoping to find valuable precious medicines, and those who needed them could use them themselves to enhance their spiritual power, while those who didn't could sell them and enjoy their lives afterwards. There were very few people like Zhao Xiong who had unbelievable luck, and the vast majority of them were unable to find anything good. When Lin Dong realized that the Endless City he was in was a place where the lowest level adventurers were allowed to operate, he knew that he could not stay here. The Silver King Augur's $20 billion deal was already the sky-high price here. However, for Lin Dong, it could only help him break through his current half-step void god level, but refused to help him move on. Now after learning that the Spirit Cage world used the same Spirit Void coins, his heart was more than simply becoming a void god level powerhouse. The Yuanshan level, or even the ancestral god level would not be the end of the line. Lin Dong pondered as he walked along the streets of Endless City. Suddenly a yelling sound came from his ears. Come quickly! Come quickly! Recruitment! Recruitment! Endless City back to Changning City, recruiting security personnel to escort the goods, according to the strength of the pay, the stronger the strength, the more pay, this time the employer is a wrongdoer, famous people stupid money, as long as the registration through the audit will pay half of the pay, the opportunity is not to be missed. Fellow adventurers, come and sign up now. Changning City is a famous city of beautiful women. When you get there, hey! Everyone knows. The sudden voice woke Lin Dong up. He looked up to see. It turned out that he had walked to the Endless City Square again. On the high platform in front of him, a young man in his 30s was yelling hard to recruit some adventurers to escort goods to Changning City. Lin Dong had heard of Changning City. It was the closest third-tier city to Endless City, and its prosperity was not comparable to an 18th-tier city like Endless City. Crap! Giving half of the money up front? How can this kind of thing be missing me? I'll sign up. It just so happens that I'm going to Changning City on business, I'll sign up too. Me too. I'll sign up too. Countless adventurers above the square scrambled to be the first to say. Escorting goods was one of the channels for adventurers to earn money. Some adventurers who were unwilling to enter the Endless Forest would choose this relatively safe path. When there was work to be done, everyone would definitely compete for it. Moreover, it was a rare situation to pay half of the money up front. It shows that the employer is generous. The reward was also bound to be no less. Everyone take your time. Everyone take your time. Don't panic, there are a lot of people who want it this time, and the employer is also quite generous, paying a reward that is definitely much higher than the normal price. The adventurers began to divide into 4 registration points and began to sign up. Of course, it wasn't that one could be selected just by signing up. One still had to go through the vetting process before they could do so. If it was an adventurer who was notorious in the adventurer world, the employer wouldn't want it. No matter where. Character was the key. If one's character was bad, no matter how strong the employer was, they wouldn't want them. This kind of person could potentially be master thirsty. In addition to character, strength was also one of the vetting criteria. Lin Dong looked at the hot enrollment scene. His heart was a little eager to try. Since he had come across it, why not simply join this team and go to Changning City together? The third-level city Changning City, in any case, was much bigger and more prosperous than Woya City, so spending a little money would not attract attention. It's just that they can also learn more about Changning City on the way. These adventurers often traveled between Endless City and Changning City, so they must know more about Changning City. Thinking about it, he did it. Lin Dong walked up and lined up. The surrounding adventurers all revealed curious looks at Lin Dong, following them to participate in the competition. It was really because Lin Dong's image did not look like an adventurer at all, but rather, he looked like a young man who had come out to swim in the mountains. It was soon Lin Dong's turn. A young woman lowered her head as she recorded the information of the enrollees while asking, "Name?" "Lin Dong." Lin Dong replied truthfully. The woman raised her head at these words and looked at the tall young man in front of her, her mind in a bit of a trance. The man in front of her was so handsome and so temperamental. Chapter 11:29 On the Road. Between Endless City and Changning City. A team was rapidly advancing. The spirit cage was a retro world. Without the high-tech transportation in the real world, there was just the most primitive way of rushing. The one pulling the cart was an animal named Colt Beast, which was docile, strong, fast and obedient once tamed. Lin Dong was in one of the colt carts. With his image and strength, he easily passed the vetting. Of course, Lin Dong did not reveal his true strength and behaved similarly to everyone else. The colt car was very spacious, seating 7 or 8 people. It did not look crowded at all, and lying down was not a problem at all. There were 3 or 4 adventurers who were more active and were chatting. Lin Dong was naturally among them. It seems that the employer this time is indeed very generous and powerful. Such a luxurious and spacious colt car, yet only 8 of us are sitting in it. Those previous escort missions were so crowded every single time that there was not even a place to sleep. A middle-aged man in his 40s sighed. "Who says it isn't? And the team this time is also huge, dozens of colts, TSK TSK TSK. It's been a long time since I received such a comfortable mission." Another man in his 30s slumped down behind him and comfortably returned. "I don't know what it is that is being escorted, but it requires such a big battle." "Whatever, money to take is fine. This section of the road isn't too long, there will rarely be any accidents, everyone is fine, just take a good rest, 2 sleeps, and you're almost there." Big brothers. "It is the first time that my little brother is traveling to Changning City. I wonder what are the fun places in Changning City?" Lin Dong interjected at the right time and asked. "Little brother. Looking at you, you should be the young master of some family. Why did you come to be an adventurer? What fun do you want to have? Tell Big Brother, and when we arrive at Changning City, Big Brother will bring you to have fun." The middle-aged man in his 40s asked with a smile. Everyone was curious about Lin Dong, the male adventurer who looked like a son. "Big Brother, I sneaked into the spirit cage world. My family said that it was dangerous and did not allow me to enter, yet I had to come in to see what was inside." Lin Dong feigned a look of ignorance. His image was indeed very deceptive. He was in his 20s and had a sunny and handsome look. No wonder. It turns out that he snuck in. The spirit cage world is indeed dangerous, but it is also accompanied by opportunities, which is why there are countless people who want to come in and make a break for it. I would also like to ask all of you big brothers to give me some knowledge about the spirit cage world. In return, I will take all of the rewards that I have obtained from this escorting mission and divide them amongst you. How about it?" Lin Dong asked with a feigned look of anticipation. The crowd brightened up. Even a few people who were lying down to sleep sat up. There was money to be made, but not the son of a bitch. Wasn't it for money that they risked so much to carry out escort missions? Now that they could make money just by talking, who wouldn't be a fool? He. Little brother is polite. We've been mixed up in the spirit cage world for so many years, we still know some of it, so we'll tell you about it? Ears and ears. The next few people inside the colt car began to tell Lin Dong about the spirit cage world, about Changning's as well as some of the surrounding cities and pools. Lin Dong listened very carefully. His guess was indeed correct. After a person in the real world entered the spirit cage world through special equipment, if they died in the spirit cage world, then the real world would never awaken. Those who came to the spirit cage could not leave the spirit cage at will. They needed to go to a city above the 3rd level and leave with the help of special equipment. This also explained why the corpses that Lin Dong encountered when leaving the endless forest did not leave the spirit cage at the critical moment. It also reflected the power of the system. This was because the system could help Lin Dong leave at any time. Based on this alone, it could be seen that the system was not governed by the rules of the spirit cage world. Of course, the benefits of everyone risking so much to enter the spirit cage world were not small. In the spirit cage, consuming ferocious beasts, eating spiritual medicines, and even breathing the air could all increase one's spiritual power. It was just a difference between fast and slow. The stronger the beasts were, the more they could increase their spiritual power. And the growth of spiritual power has a very big effect on the increase of strength in the real world. Spiritual power went up. Even if one's strength in the real world couldn't keep up, one could use medicines to pile it up. This was the reason why everyone was scrambling to enter the spirit cage. Although Lin Dong knew some of it, it was not comprehensive. Now that he had listened to these adventurers, he was considered to have a deeper understanding of the spirit cage. He would leave once he had raised his strength from a half-step void god level to a true void god level in Shining City and head to a bigger and more prosperous second-level city, a first-level city, or a main city to carry out his spending plans. In a colt car in the group that had an unassuming appearance, but the interior was luxurious to the extreme. Nia Hongdo, who had bought the Silver King's Jiao Dragon, was sitting inside. Besides her, there were two young people, a man and a woman. Auntie Hong, why did we hire so many useless adventurers? Their strength is so low? Could it be that they can really help us fend off our enemies if we encounter danger? The young man opened his mouth to ask. Nia Hongdo didn't answer, but only turned her gaze to the young woman and said, "Frost, you answer this question from Fenger." The young woman, Nia Frost, spoke, "Yes. Aunt Hong, I think the purpose of you doing this should be to attract attention. If my guess is correct, the Silver King Scaly Dragon should have already been escorted by the two elders and left by another path. The role of our team is to attract attention." Nia Hongdo nodded and said with a hint of a smile, "Fenger, did you hear me? This is the answer you wanted. You can't just look at the surface of everything. This time, being able to buy a complete Silver King Jiao Dragon corpse is very useful to my Nia family, and should never be allowed to fall short, or else how would I have spent such a large price on it? Aunt Hong, I don't believe there's anyone who dares to take a shot at my Nia family without a life. I think it's a bit redundant for you to do so." The young man, Nia Fong, said somewhat unconvincingly. He was originally the Nia family's youngest son of this generation, and was also the first heir to the throne. Of course he couldn't accept being stolen by a woman. Not even if this woman was the Nia family's genius girl. "Fenger, you're good at everything, but you're just too arrogant. If this shortcoming doesn't change, you'll easily suffer." Nia Hongdo shook her head and preached. "It's supposed to be. Who doesn't know my Nia family's position in Changning City? Would they dare to make a move against us? It doesn't matter if others dare or not. We have to be prepared for everything before we can do so. Some things aren't as simple as you think. This time, I feel that the Liu family came prepared. That's why I decided to change my mind on the fly." The Liu family? They dare to make a move against us? It can't be. Nia Fong was still a bit unconvinced. "You?" Alas. Nia Hongdo sighed helplessly. Chapter 1130, Coming Down Too Hard. On the avenue from Endless City to Changning City, there was a rather rugged stretch of road. This road was built from halfway up a mountain, with cliffs above and below. When the Nia family's group was halfway there, the road in front of them was suddenly blocked. A boulder weighing hundreds of tons stopped in the middle of the road. It looked as if it had fallen from above. The first colt car stopped in front of the boulder, followed by dozens of colt cars. Nia Hongdo, who was resting her eyes in the luxurious colt car, opened her eyes. "Why have they stopped?" "Fenger, Froster, you guys go see what's going on." "Yes." "Auntie Hong." The two of them got out of the colt car after replying and quickly walked towards the front. It didn't take long before they returned to the colt cart. "Auntie Red, a huge boulder has fallen in front of us, blocking our way," Nia Fong said. "A boulder blocking the way?" Nia Hongdo frowned, feeling that something was fishy. Luckily, the Silver King Jiaolong had already been escorted by the two elders and took the other path. "Go! Let's go take a look." Nia Hongdo got off the colt after saying that, leading Nia Fong and Nia Frost to the very front of the group. Looking at the boulder in front of her, something didn't feel right to her. Although the road was built halfway up the mountain in order to save distance and rush time, and often some rocks would fall from above to block the middle of the road, there had never been a boulder of this size. Nia Hongdo, who was just about to cross over the boulder to see the situation on the other side, suddenly felt something in her heart. Immediately, she shouted, "Fenger, Froster, quickly back off." The words just fell. Boom! The boulder in front suddenly exploded. Countless pieces of debris flew all over the sky. One of the rocks, which was at least 10 tons or more, flew over in the direction of the three. Nia Hongdo greeted it and slapped her palm on it. Boom! The stone block split once again. Nya Hongdo was also pushed backwards by the force of the recoil. In the process, she carried Nya Feng and Nya Frost in one hand as she quickly backed away. After the boulder exploded, a group of black-clothed men attacked from the front and back, blocking the Nya family's group on the road halfway up the mountain.
Everyone!
The Nya family is in trouble. Please also come out to help, and after this time, everyone's rewards will all be double tenfold.
Nya Hongdo shouted.
The sneak attack came too suddenly. Even if she was alert, she couldn't help but be a little flustered.
The enemy was definitely prepared.
Actually, there was no need for Nya Hongdo to speak up. When they heard the sound of the boulder explosion, all the adventurers jumped off the colt and prepared to meet the battle.
Receiving money from others to eliminate disasters.
As professional escort adventurers, there were still basic ethics. Besides, it was not possible not to fight, the enemy would not let them go. Lin Dan was digesting the introduction of the spirit cage that he had heard from several big brothers. A loud bang startled him.
Immediately afterward, all 7 adventurers in the colt's car jumped down.
Lin Dan, on the other hand, did not panic and first got up to straighten his clothes before slowly and leisurely stepping out of the colt car.
To be honest,
these adventurers were no different from ordinary people in his eyes. Even if those richly dressed guys that he had seen in the plaza could be a little stronger than these adventurers, they could not be much stronger. Lin Dan did not know exactly how strength was divided in this spirit cage. He only knew that here, strength was based on the strength of the spiritual power. In other words, the stronger the spiritual power in the real world, the stronger the strength in the spirit cage. In terms of spiritual strength, Lin Dan thought that he did not lose to anyone. Even back when he was still at the early stage of the Eternal Realm's sovereign level, his spiritual power was able to help him survive in the hands of the Sage Realm's Shiman Fugue. The spiritual power of Bailey Yanhong, who was at the late stage of the Supreme Realm, was like a stinking gutter in the sea in front of Lin Dan, not at the same level at all. The spiritual power at the Eternal Realm was even more powerful than the Sage Realm. It could be seen how strong Lin Dan's spiritual power was.
Coming to the spirit cage world.
The small snakes that he had casually punched to death were all terrifying overlord-level ferocious beasts in the eyes of these people.
Lin Dan was not a fool.
On the contrary, he had an extremely high degree of thinking activity and a high IQ. Although he had just come to the spirit cage world not long ago. However, from the aspects of these subtle suits, Lin Dan could tell. The battle power of the spirit cage world was much lower than the real world. He felt that his strength, if not the strongest in this spirit cage world, was not anywhere close. Therefore, when facing the so-called dangers of the spirit cage world, Lin Dan would not care in the slightest. Much less would he feel flustered and nervous like other adventurers. Those who could pose a threat to himself were probably also the topmost figures of the spirit cage world, residing in the major main cities.
Stepping off the colt cart.
2 waves of men in black appeared in the front and back, already fighting with their employers' guards and the adventurers. At the front of the group were the guards, and at the back were the adventurers.
The black-clothed men were obviously well-trained, the employers' guards could still barely hold out while the adventurers were being beaten back.
Lin Dan did not make a move to help either. Whether it was the real world or the spirit cage realm, both had their own rules. This kind of thing happened countless times every day, so how could he manage it? Moreover, Lin Dan was still not in control of his power, so if he rashly made a move, he would definitely cause a big commotion and would definitely become the center of attention in everyone's eyes. He had just come to the spirit cage realm now and did not want to venture out yet, it was better to keep a low profile. He was just about to continue back into the colt car. At this moment, after a black-clothed man resolved his opponent, he saw Lin Dan standing beside the colt car at his wit's end. He let out a fierce laugh and rushed over with his sword, slashing at him. Lin Dan gently staggered and dodged the knife, his right hand was raised, his middle finger was bent and his thumb was interlocked, a snapping finger crashed onto the black-clothed man's head.
Boom! Before the man in black could react, he felt a dizzying sensation in his brain, then his entire body rose up in the air, the sky spun around, and finally crashed into the mountain wall, directly hiccuping. Lin Dan looked at the dead black-clothed man in front of him speechlessly. He had already used a very light force, but he did not expect that it was still heavy. He would have to be a little lighter next time. Looking around,
Luckily, everyone was fighting and no one was concerned about this side, otherwise, when they saw him kill one person with a snap of his fingers, they did not know what their expressions would be. The battle was almost one-sided. Facing the black-clothed men who came prepared, the guards at the front could hardly hold out any longer. There were constantly adventurers dying at the back. Lin Dong felt that this was still not going to work. By then, after the black-clothed men finished resolving the guards and adventurers, it would still be his turn. So he bent down and picked up a piece of broken stone, placed it in his hand and gently pinched it, breaking it into many small stones that were not yet as big as grains of rice. Seeing which black-clothed person had the upper hand, a small stone quietly flew out from Lin Dong's hand. The person who was about to be killed was baffled. How did the opponent suddenly die? As the small stone was too small, it was difficult to see the injury on the outside, and everyone thought that the enemy had suddenly gotten sick. As the small stones in their hands continued to fly out, the battle was slowly turning around.
Chapter 1131 Sneak Attack.
Soon the black-clothed people realized that something was wrong.
Just now, their side was still overwhelmingly superior. How did it suddenly, slowly turn into a disadvantage? The black-clothed leader who was fighting Nia Hongdo also noticed. Boom! He and Nia Hongdo countered with a strike, and each of them separated. Looking around,
the ground was filled with the corpses of the black-clothed men. Apart from confiscating his force and killing the first black-clothed man who attacked him, Lin Dong had not killed the other black-clothed men. He did not actually kill the other black-clothed men, but only seriously injured them.
After all, if you died in the spirit cage world, you would not be able to wake up in the real world.
These black-clothed men did not have any life and death grudges with Lin Dong, and this attack on them was considered by Lin Dong to be a fight between two forces, so there was no need to kill them all. However, the employer's guards and adventurers would not let these black-clothed men go, and directly replenished and killed them all. Although Lin Dong was not the real murderer, he was the instigator.
Nia Hongdo was also baffled by the mass deaths of the men in black.
Among the people from the Nia family who had come to Endless City this time, the strongest ones were her and the two elders. And the two elders had already set off first, escorting the Silver King's augur away from another path.
Who else possessed such strength? Nia Hongdo. Good tactics.
The leading black-robed man clamped his throat and said through clenched teeth.
Same to each other. Luji, you don't have to pretend anymore. I know it's you. Other than your Lu family, I can't think of anyone else who would make a move against my Nia family. Nia Hongdo replied with a cold smile. So what if it's me? Since he was recognized, Luji simply stopped continuing to pretend. Luji, have you thought about the outcome of this? Is this your Lu family trying to start a war with my Nia family? Nia Hongdo frowned. Start a war?
Nia Hongdo, you're overthinking it. Since we struck out, we have no intention of letting you guys go back.
Alive, your Nia family has no evidence, so what reason do you have to come out and start a war?
When we're ready, we'll naturally destroy your Nia family in one fell swoop and occupy all of your Nia family's resources.
Dream on. Lu Ji, just you want to leave me behind? Ha ha. Can you try it and you'll know?
Lu Ji laughed out loud and once again bullied his way up to battle with Nia Hongdo.
Lin Dong also saw the battle between Nia Hongdo and Lu Ji. The two of them were battling back and forth.
However, this level of fighting was similar to a child's playground in his opinion, as if an adult was watching 2, 3 or 4-year-olds fight. The movements were as slow as the speed of a turtle, not to mention that the moves were also soft and flimsy. There was no force at all. Did you not eat? Lin Dong was not sure what stage his strength was at, and he did not have a standard to measure it, but he felt that if he were to deal with these people, it would probably be a matter of one move. While he was watching the tediousness, a voice rang in his ears.
Hey! Kid, what are you standing there for? Still not going out to fight? We paid you to protect us. We did not invite you to swim and watch. If you were so passive and lazy, believe it or not, I will deduct your money.
Lin Dong turned his head to look. He only saw a man and a woman, two well-dressed young people, walking towards him. It was none other than Nia Feng and Nia Frost from the younger generation of the employer Nia family. The one speaking was that young man, Nia Feng. Both of them were a little disheveled and had obviously experienced battles.
Looking at their dress, Lin Dong knew that it must be the employer's side. Rather, he did not expect to be caught by his employer for being lazy. Isn't this all about to end? There aren't many black-clothed men left, so it doesn't make any difference if I participate or not.
Lin Dong shrugged his shoulders.
Of course there is a difference.
This is a matter of your attitude as an adventurer, regardless of whether it can change the outcome or not. Since you took the money, when it's time for you to contribute, you have to contribute.
Nia Feng said unforgivingly. How do you know I didn't put in any effort?
You just didn't see it when I contributed just now. I've contributed a lot. Kid, open your dog's eyes and take a good look around you at those who have participated in battles, who is like you, with not a single mark on their body, clean and tidy?
You're kidding me. Nia Feng sneered.
A surprise attack had just occurred.
Luckily, he was saved by Aunt Hong. The current him was still a bit stunned.
It just so happened that he saw another adventurer with the appearance of a male son, who was standing there watching the battle in boredom.
As an employer, how could Nia Feng tolerate this kind of person who took money and did not do anything?
Lin Dong frowned at his words. If he had not stepped in, there was no way the situation would have been reversed. The black-clothed man's advantage would only grow, and it would not take long for him to win the battle completely. Now it was good that he had helped and was still being called a dog.
Anyone's heart would be a little. Has anyone ever stipulated that participating in a battle requires one to make their body messy? Lin Dong asked rhetorically. You? Nia Feng was speechless with dislike.
The young woman beside him, Nia Frost, had not said anything, but her gaze fell curiously on Lin Dong. Looking at Lin Dong, he did not look like an adventurer struggling at the lowest level of society at all. Although you are the employer, you can't reverse right and wrong. What you see may not necessarily be the truth. Not everyone is like you. As soon as they encounter an unexpected event, they look like they are panicked and shocked. As a man, we must first learn to be calm.
Lin Dong once again added. You this kid, simply I tell you, from now on, we will not give you a penny, hurry to give me. Bang!
Before Nia Feng could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a loud bang. A colt car not far from them had been smashed by something. The gazes of the three of them immediately looked over.
Cough, cough, cough.
A figure slowly climbed up from the rubble of the colt car, coughing sounds continuously coming out. When the smoke cleared, only then did they see that the person who had smashed the colt car was none other than the Nia family's principal, Nia Hongdo.
Auntie Hong.
Nia Feng and Nia Frost cried out, rushing over to help Nia Hongdo. The two were shocked in their hearts.
Auntie Hong was the strongest person the Nia family had sent out this time. If even Auntie Hong was injured, who else would be a match for the enemy? Wouldn't none of them be able to escape then? Aunt Red. Are you all right? Nia Frost asked worriedly. Aunt Hong. How are you?
Nia Feng followed suit and asked.
Cough. I'm fine. Nia Hongdo replied while coughing. You still say you're fine, you're bleeding.
Nia Frost's voice carried a hint of crying. Blood was indeed flowing from the corner of Nia Hongdo's mouth. When Nia Feng saw it, a wave of tension ran through his heart.
It's fine. It's just a minor injury.
Nia Hongdo looked up to the front as she finished speaking.
Not far away, on top of a colt, stood two black-clothed, masked men. One of them was the Liu family's Liu Ji.
The other Nia Hongdo didn't know who it was, but had just sneak attacked her, which caused her to be injured. Otherwise, Liu Ji alone was no match for her.
Chapter 1132 Hands in the Dark. Who are you? Why did you sneak attack me? Do we have a beef between us?
Nia Hongdo asked as she stared at the black-clothed masked man who had sneak attacked her. The person being asked didn't say anything, but Liu Ji said smilingly. Nia Hongdo, you can even ask such words. I doubt how you got to this position in the Nia family. There is another thing in the world that drives the hearts of people more than hatred, and that is interest. As long as there is enough interest, there are many couples who are centrifuged, brothers who turn against each other, and fathers and sons who become enemies.
Benefits also need to have the life to enjoy them. Nia Hongdo returned in a cold voice. We don't have the life to enjoy it?
Nia Hongdo, you're afraid that you don't understand the current situation. I'll tell you, you won't be able to leave here today. Old me has long wanted to caress your tantalizing body. Ha!
Liu Ji laughed loudly and lewdly as he finished speaking. He had been spying on Nia Hongdo for a long time.
It could be said that many of the men around Changning City were spying on this woman who liked to show off. It was just that so far, no one had succeeded. He himself was about to take the lead today.
Thinking about it made me feel excited.
It was a pity that such a superbly beautiful woman had to be killed after enjoying her. This was the family's meaning, and Lu Ji could only carry it out. Otherwise, he really wanted to imprison Nia Hongdo as his slave for his own enjoyment at any time.
Lu Ji. You're dreaming.
Nia Hongdo was infuriated by Lu Ji's words.
Nia Hongdo, to tell you the truth. You think that by having someone send the Silver King Scaly Dragon away first, you can hide it from the world? It's too naive.
I don't know that everything is under my Lu family's control, so resign yourself to your fate.
This time is just an appetizer, the main course will come up soon.
Nia Hongdo's heart sank at those words.
The Lu family really did have a premeditated plan. I wonder how the two elders are doing. Look at Lu Ji's villainous appearance.
I'm afraid that they're also in bad shape. This time, the Nia family had completely miscalculated. Never would I have thought that the Lu family would dare to join forces with other forces to make a move against the Nia family.
Lu Ji. What exactly do you want? Nia Hongdo asked through clenched teeth. What do I want? Of course I want to take your body first and then your life.
After Lu Ji finished speaking, his feet moved and his body rushed towards Nia Hongdo.
Take your life while you're sick. His mission was to leave behind all the people sent out by the Nia family and weaken the Nia family. It couldn't let any of them escape. The black-clothed masked man standing with Lu Ji similarly followed.
Just now, Nia Hongdo had already been sneak attacked, resulting in an injury.
The two of them struck out together. It was believed that they could easily take down the other party. However, they hadn't yet enjoyed Nia Hongdo's body that had made countless men dream of it. They weren't going to let this beautiful girl die too quickly. Nia Hongdo looked at the two men coming at her quickly, knowing that today was already a bad day. She grabbed the shoulders of Nia Feng and Nia Frost by her side and pulled them back, her body also meeting them. At the same time, she shouted, "Fenger, Froster, hurry up and run away as you can. I'll do my best to stall them and buy you some time. Go back and tell the family that it's a conspiracy by the Lu family, and tell the family to beware of the Lu family and avenge me." Nia Feng and Nia Frost were defenselessly yanked backward by Nia Hongdo, stumbling and falling to the ground. Hearing Nia Hongdo's voice, without being able to think too much, they climbed up and ran. The two knew that Aunt Red would fight to the death to buy them time. If they didn't run, the Nia family would definitely be wiped out. At that time, the Nia family wouldn't be able to find the murderer even if they wanted to take revenge. Moreover, the ambitions of the Lu family should be informed to the family, so that the family would be prepared so that they wouldn't be caught off guard by the sudden attack of the Lu family. Lu Ji and the black-clothed masked man rushed over, while Nia Hongdo greeted them. It looked like the three of them were about to run into each other and start a great battle that would decide life and death. Two stones the size of grains of rice, at a speed indiscernible to the naked eye, came in front of Lu Ji and the black-clothed masked man, and in a situation that the two of them couldn't even notice, pierced through their shoulders. At the same time, the powerful force carried by the small stone directly sent the two men's bodies flying. Pooh! Lu Ji and the black-clothed masked man spat out a mouthful of blood one after another. As their bodies flew backwards, their faces were filled with shock. There was an expert. And frighteningly powerful. Surprisingly, they had already been seriously injured without even realizing the other party at all. Terrifying as hell. Nia Hongdo stopped her body and inexplicably looked at Lu Ji and the black-clothed masked man who were spitting blood and retreating. She was also confused by this sudden change. What's going on? What happened to these two people? With Nia Hongdo's strength. Similarly, she could not detect Lin Dong's secret strike. Even two rice-sized stones flew past him without any knowledge. Bang bang bang. Lu Ji and the black-clothed man crashed on top of a colt cart with a tremendous force that broke the colt cart apart. After crashing a colt car, they did not stop, and continued to crash several colt cars before barely stopping. It was evident how strong the attack on them was. Nia Feng and Nia Frost, who were running, turned around and wanted to see how Aunt Hong was doing, but as a result, after taking a look, they directly braced themselves and froze in place. Aunt Hong was fine. Instead, it was Lu Ji and that dastardly man in black who had sneaked up on Aunt Hong who were physically injured and vomiting blood. The two were puzzled in their hearts. When did Aunt Hong become so strong? According to their understanding, even if Aunt Hong could be a little stronger than Lu Ji, it was still limited. What's more, the enemy was not only Lu Ji right now, the strength of that man in black was not worse than Aunt Hong,
plus Aunt Hong was injured by the sneak attack, it would be even more impossible for her to be an opponent. That's why she sacrificed herself and desperately tried to buy time for them.
But what was going on in front of them? Aunt Hong was fine, but the enemy was injured? Nia Fong and Nia Frost couldn't comprehend what was going on in front of them.
The Nia family guards and adventurers on the scene, as well as the men in black, all couldn't believe this scene. Originally, they thought that the next battle would be one-sided. It was indeed one-sided. But it wasn't the one-sidedness that everyone had imagined. Everyone had their eyes fixed on the place where Lu Ji and the man in black finally stopped, wanting to see exactly how they were sent flying. The smoke caused by the impact slowly cleared. The figures of Lu Ji and the man in black appeared in everyone's eyes. The two of them had their right hands covering their left side of their chests, and blood was continuously flowing out of their mouths. Clearly they were not lightly injured.
At least it was much heavier than Nia Hongdo.
Not to mention other people, even the two parties involved still didn't know what kind of concealed weapon it was that injured them. They only knew that if this concealed weapon had been deflected a little bit more, it could have directly shot through their hearts, causing them to completely die in this spirit cage world. With the strength of Lu Ji and the man in black, it was almost unbearable to receive such an injury to the heart. The faces of the two men now carried a hint of gratitude in addition to horror. It was fortunate that this person did not have a killing heart. Otherwise, they would have died just now. Chapter 1133 Heavy Damage to the Nia Family. Nia Hongdo. I didn't expect it. You actually hit a backhand, what a good tactic. My Lu family is convinced this time. Lu Ji gritted his teeth and said as he endured the severe pain on his body. He really did not expect it. The plan that was supposed to be foolproof. Surprisingly, this kind of accident would occur. The strength of the person who had just struck was absolutely terrifyingly strong. Both of them were still trembling in their hearts. They had just walked through the gates of hell and almost hiccuped. Where did this bitch Nia Hongdo invite an expert from? Why hadn't they received any news before? At this moment, Nia Hongdo was also confused in her heart. However, since Lu Ji had already misunderstood, she would take the trick. Lu Ji. Actually, my Nia family has long seen through your Lu family's plot, but I've just been pretending not to know. Just waiting for you guys to reveal your cloven foot. I didn't expect you guys to actually do it. Very well. Next it's our Nia family's turn to return the favor. Nia Hongdo finished looking around the room. There weren't many people left in the Lu family. It should all be the work of that strong person hidden in the dark. It didn't matter what this person's purpose was. It was just good that it was favorable to the Nia family. At least from what I've seen so far, this strong person was toward the Nia family. All Nia family members and hired adventurers, listen up, leave all of these people behind, and when we return to Changning City, we'll double the original promised reward tenfold on top of the original reward as a reward for helping the Nia family this time around, and I, the Nia family, will still owe you a favor. As soon as Nia Hongdo said this, immediately the scene immediately resounded with loud cheers. One by one, they looked towards those black-clothed men who were still alive, itching to eat them alive. They remembered that when these guys had the upper hand just now, they didn't give everyone a chance to live. Now that the situation was reversed, how could they let each other go? Moreover, there was still 10 times the reward to take. The reward for this escort mission was already high, but adding 10 times that amount would allow everyone to live it up for a long time. Not to mention the fact that there was also a favor from the Nia family. The Nia family was still quite strong around Changning City. With this one favor, it could still be useful at critical moments. The Nia family guards and adventurers practically swarmed around the remaining people in black. And at this moment, the people in black were almost devoid of fighting spirit. They had already been scared out of their wits by the people who had struck in the dark. It was really too strong. It was simply impossible to have a chance of winning. Therefore, the people in black wanted to escape from here and return to the real world first. They didn't want to lose their lives here. The momentum was not as good as the others, the numbers were not as good as the others, and under this circumstance, the momentum was not as good as the others. The black-clothed people that Lu Ji brought with him were soon completely cleared out by the crazy Nia family guards and adventurers. Lu Ji watched all of this, not daring to help, not even saying a word. It was just fine for these people to die. Now he was thinking about how he should leave. The concealed weapon avoided their heart parts, either they wanted to stay alive and humiliate them before killing them, or they didn't want to kill them.
Both possibilities were there. If it was the former, it would be hard to escape today. But if there was one, the outcome was not easy to say. I don't know where Lord is making a move in the dark. Please also come out and meet me.
If my Lu family has offended in any way, Lu Ji is here to make amends to you. I hope you can be lenient and let us go. The Lu family is grateful.
Lu Ji said loudly. He knew that it was impossible for the Nye family to have such a strong person. Even the strongest person in the Nye family couldn't do anything to seriously injure himself without him realizing it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. No one responded. Nye Hongdo didn't make a sound either.
After all, even she didn't know who had made the move, so in case she offended the other party, wouldn't she be inviting trouble for the Nye family?
Until nearly a minute passed. After determining that no one had answered. Only then did Nye Hongdo sneer at Lu Ji. Lu Ji, you're thinking too much. Is the senior not coming out just because you tell him to? Lu Ji ignored Nye Hongdo and continued, Senior. My Lu family is willing to pay any price, I only beg you to let us live. There was still no response. Lu Ji, I told you, Senior won't come out to see you, just die. Nye Hongdo. Today, my Lu family has admitted defeat, we'll meet again in the coming day. After Lu Ji finished speaking, he and the black-robed masked man beside him quickly fled towards the front at a rapid speed. The injuries on his body could not be delayed. He could only take a gamble. Perhaps the senior was just trying to stop him from making a move against the Nye family and didn't want to hurt his life. Watching the silhouettes of the two men slowly disappear from sight, Nye Hongdo didn't go after them. She was already injured and it was inappropriate for her to make another move. Of course, the more important reason was that Nye Hongdo felt that the seniors who had secretly made a move hadn't killed Lu Ji and the others, so that was tacit approval to let them go. Even if Nye Hongdo was in her heyday, she would not risk offending this adult in the dark by going after Lu Ji and leaving them behind. Auntie Hong. Why should we let them go? The Lu family already has crooked thoughts about us, so we can't let one of them go, or else they're all a threat to my Nye family. Nye Fong asked as he walked over to Nye Hongdo. He thought that as long as there was an opportunity, then it was only right to drive the Lu family to extinction. Otherwise, once the tiger was let loose, there would be endless consequences. Lu Ji's position of strength in the Lu family wasn't even low. As long as he could kill him, the Lu family would definitely be greatly wounded. Just like if Nye Hongdo died, the Nye family would also be greatly wounded. Nye Hongdo didn't answer this question, but instead said, Fonger, Froster, you guys organize the team and continue on your way. Okay, Auntie Hong. Nye Frost replied and began organizing everyone, continuing on their way. Nye Fong had no choice but to do what Nye Hongdo said and organize the people with Nye Frost. On the other side, a dozen black-robed men stood together and opened a colt cart that was escorting goods, and it was empty. There was nothing. Marred. Fooled, grass. Nye Hongdo the bitch. The black-clothed man in the lead cursed. It's all right. There's nothing over here, it must be on Lu Ji's side. Anyway, no matter where it is over there, it's impossible to run away. A person next to him said. Also right. Nye Hongdo thought that this move of sounding out the east and striking the west could conceal the truth, but she didn't know that we had already made complete preparations, and wouldn't give her a single chance at all. Had I known that we would have been on that side first, after all, to be able to enjoy Nye Hongdo, this superb woman, and still get the maximum contribution, it's simply a 2-for-1, sheep for the two of them guys. Alas. Never mind, it's not too late to say this, let's go. Let's hit the road and return home. This time the Nye family will definitely be furious after receiving such a heavy blow. In the meantime, let's just hold back for a while, miss this windfall, and then give the Nye family a big gift. The dozen or so men in black quickly left. All that remained were a few corpses. 2 of them were none other than the 2 elders of the Nye family. The strength of these 2 elders wasn't low, but they didn't expect to die in the hands of the black-clothed men. These days are excessive chapters, so everyone be patient. If you don't like it, you can raise it for a few days before reading. Soon the protagonist would be in the spirit cage realm, raising his strength to a bullish level before making waves in the spirit land domain. The spirit land domain will be a completely different civilization from the star void realm in front of it, and it will also be a different plot, definitely not a condom. Thank you for all the support from all the readers, grandmothers. Author Fungus pays thanks. Chapter 1134 Ferocious Beast Inner Dan.
Nya Hongdo had indeed made a handful of tricks to transfer the tiger away from the mountain. It appeared as if she had handed over the Silver King Jiaolong's corpse to the two elders to take away.
It was actually just a front.
The real Silver King Jiaolong was actually still in the group she was leading. Although the value of the Silver King Scaly Dragon was high, reaching 20 billion Spirit Void coins. But it wasn't worth making the Lu family risk making a move against Nya Hongdo. What really made the Lu family decide to make a move was when the Lu family's undercover agent who had been placed in the Nya family spread the news. After buying the Silver King Augur, Nya Hongdo then discovered a fierce beast inner Dan within the Silver King Jiao Dragon's body. A fierce beast inner Dan was something that could only be formed by a fierce beast. The chances were very small. 100 ferocious beasts wouldn't necessarily be able to successfully condense a ferocious beast inner elixir. The reason why the Silver King Jiaolong's corpse was so expensive, the fact that all parts were well preserved, was one aspect that added to its value. The integrity of the corpse was even more so because it meant that if there was an inner elixir inside, it hadn't been discovered to be taken out yet.
Adding more money and taking a gamble wasn't too bad. After all, once successful, this single would be a huge profit. The inner pills of ferocious beasts had a strangely high value. It's at least 5 or 6 times higher than a corpse. What concept? That is to say, the complete Silver King Jiaolong is worth more than $10 billion without a premium, so the value of this Silver King Jiaolong's fierce beast inner Dan is already heading towards 100 billion Spirit Void coins. Such a high price. For the Nya family and the Lu family, a family in a tertiary city like the Nya family and the Lu family, it would require them to break their backs before they could barely afford it. For that price, it was still priced out of the market and could not be bought at all. The inner Dan of a ferocious beast was comparable to some exceptionally precious spirit medicines, and after being refined into a Dan, it would be very helpful to those in the spirit cage world in terms of boosting their strength and breaking through realms. The strength of the spirit cage world was raised. It would directly affect the spiritual strength of the real world. What did people rush to the spirit cage world for? Wasn't it just to enhance their spiritual power, so that their strength in the real world would increase a little faster? The spirit cage world was ultimately a virtual world. So people's center of gravity was still in the real world. This place was merely a means for everyone to enhance their spiritual power. The big powerful families in the spirit land domain would usually divide their family members into batches, and every once in a while, they would change the batch of people to enter the spirit cage world. It was always important to keep the majority of the battle force in the real world. Special cases were treated in a special way. For example, direct descendants with strong talent, or clansmen who were already on the verge of a breakthrough, would stay longer. The growth in spiritual power would bring them enough benefits, and the clan would allow such clansmen to extend their time in the spirit cage world. Otherwise, they would have to follow the arrangements. A ferocious beast inner elixir, whether it was sold to those big powers in the first or second tier cities, or left for their own use, was a big profit for the Nya family. This was what caused the Lu family to pry, joining forces with another power to force their hand against the Nya family. The Lu family was never going to want the Nya family to grow bigger and bigger. For this reason, it went out of its way to make a promise. Once they exterminated Nya Hongdo and the others and snatched the Silver King Jiaolong's ferocious beast corpse, they would take out the ferocious beast's inner elixir and hand it over to their collaborators. It was only under the lure of such great benefits that someone was willing to help the Lu family. Regarding the matter of the Silver King Jiao Dragon having an inner elixir, both the Lu family and the Nya family remained silent and didn't make it public. However, everyone knew it in their hearts. In order to keep the Silver King Jiao Dragon's inner elixir in the best condition all the time, Nya Hongdo didn't take it out, but left it in the Silver King Jiao Dragon's corpse. After bringing it back to Changning City, the family organized a meeting to decide how to use it. As a result, I didn't expect that the wind had leaked out, and a traitor had appeared in the family, almost being intercepted by the Lu family. If it wasn't for a strong person who was secretly making a move, the Nya family would have really lost a lot of money this time. People and money were empty. Coming to the back one of the colt car he was traveling in, Nya Hongdo walked in, and after a while came back out expressionless. In her heart, she let out a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, the beast's inner elixir was still in the Silver King Jiaolong's corpse.
She was a little worried that the strong person hiding in the shadows would quietly take away the Silver King Jiaolong's inner elixir. Although even if the other party took it away, there was nothing wrong with it. After all, they had saved the lives of so many people and avoided her being abused. But this ferocious beast's inner elixir was something that Nia Hongdo had gambled on with great difficulty.
And the Nia family also needed this thing now. Nia Hongdo still didn't want to lose it.
At that time, when she found out that there was a fierce beast in her den inside, she directly jumped up in joy.
Because it was really exciting.
The fierce beast in her den was too rare, and even 100 fierce beasts wouldn't necessarily be able to produce one.
With such a small chance of it being encountered by her, how could Nia Hongdo not be happy? How could she not be excited? There was actually a big difference between ferocious beasts with inner dawn and those without.
The simplest thing was that the inner Dan represented that the beast could continue to evolve to a higher level.
Without the inner elixir, it could not.
Nia Hongdo had thought that the Lord hidden in the shadows would take away the Silver King Jiaolong's inner elixir as a reward for saving them.
It turned out that it didn't.
It was Nia Hongdo herself who overthought it.
Nia Frost and Nia Feng were organizing their epiphanies.
The dead Nia family guards and adventurers were directly dug a pit and buried, and as for the corpses of the men in black, when they left, wild beasts would naturally come and gnaw on them.
Everyone was busy as they went about their business.
Lin Dong did not participate and prepared to return to the colt car to rest first. Just as he stepped onto the colt car, he was stopped by a voice.
"Hey! Kid, what are you doing there? Can't you see that everyone is busy?
Hurry up and get down here to help dig the pit. It's fine that you evaded during the battle, I took it as you being afraid of death, but now when you're contributing, you still want to evade?
Do you think the Ni family is a charity? You want money for doing nothing?
I can tell you, for parasites like this, when we return to Chining City, 10 times the payoff. Nia Feng can guarantee that there's absolutely no part for you, kid. Nia Feng said loudly as he walked over. Having just been disliked by Lin Dong, he was so angry that he directly wanted to make Lin Dong an asshole.
However, he was interrupted by Aunt Han's sudden injury.
Then he experienced another life and death crisis, which was fortunately resolved by Aunt Han's backhand. Now that he had calmed down, Nia Feng came back to Lin Dong to find his presence. He just could not stand to see Lin Dong like this. Obviously a lowest level adventurer, he was still dressed like a young master. The key was that he was even more handsome than him and had an air of dignity. This was something that Nia Feng could not accept. So as soon as he was out of danger, he stared at Lin Dong again. Lin Dong knew whose voice it was as soon as he heard it. It was none other than the kid who had just tried to tell him to get lost. It was also the Nia family member who was the employer this time, and it was estimated that his status was not low, at least he was a direct descendant. Helplessly, he turned around. Thinking to himself that if it wasn't for me making a move in the dark, you would have been a corpse by now. Still have to go through with yourself. If he did not want to take advantage of an opportunity to learn more about the spirit cage world, Lin Dong would have long ago gone on his way.
Alone. Chapter 1135, Let's Go Together.
Why do you just have to stare at me? Lin Dong turned around and asked with a helpless expression. Why do you have to stare at you?
Why do you think I have to stare at you? Because you are the most idle. You don't participate when fighting for fear of death, and you don't participate when contributing, so I would like to ask you, what exactly is your kid here for? Nia Feng asked rhetorically. Come on. I'll leave then, okay? I'll quit, and I don't want the payment.
Lin Dong said and jumped off the colt. Originally, he had wanted to follow the Nye clan's team to Chining City and find out more about what happened within the spirit cage halfway, but now it seemed that he could only go alone.
It didn't matter to him either. As long as the spirit cage world could spend spirit void coins, it would already make Lin Dong very happy. The others were all minor issues. The spirit cage world could also slowly learn more about it. Humph. Count on you to be sensible.
Kid, let me tell you, my Nia family's money is not that easy to mix up. If you want to take our money, you have to sell your life for us. I've seen a lot of crooks like you cheating and drinking people, under the guise of an adventurer, with no skills whatsoever, cheating everywhere.
It's a pity you met me today. Nia Feng sneered. Lin Dong shrugged his shoulders and did not argue with Nia Feng.
There was no need for him to follow and take it seriously when an ant was screaming in front of him.
Just as Lin Dong was about to leave, Nia Hongdo walked over.
After she had finished inspecting the Silver King Zhao Dragon's corpse, she heard Niafeng talking loudly over here, so she walked over. Just as she got closer, she saw a young man with a very good appearance and image, dressed like a pampered young master. If you just looked at his age, he was a bit younger than Niafeng. How could there be such a young man in the team? How did one not know about it? Nia Hongdo was puzzled. In the team this time, aside from the Nia family, were the adventurers that had been hired to escort the goods. It couldn't be the adventurers. What's going on? Nia Hongdo asked. Aunt Hong, this brat is an adventurer we paid to hire, but he ended up doing nothing. He just hid over here when we fought with the Liu family, and now everyone is digging pits and burying the dead, and he's the only one who's here idling around. What do you think we're doing by hiring an adventurer like this? If you don't know, you'd think he's an employer. I really don't know how the vetting people vetted him. How could such a person pass? Nia Feng explained angrily. Nia Hongdo looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong naturally did not look at the other party vainly either. No matter how powerful the Nia family was in the spirit land domain, he could easily exterminate all of them in this spirit cage world anyway. When one was strong, one's waist was straight when speaking. Is that so? Nia Hongdo looked at Lin Dong and asked. You guys don't wrong me, taking people's money and eliminating people's disasters. I still understand this point, and I did so. It's just that when I contributed, you guys didn't see it. Lin Dong defended. Nonsense. You have clearly been hiding here. When did you contribute? You are nothing but a liar. You still have the nerve to say that you made an effort. Hurry up and hand over the payment that was issued to you and get lost. Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up once I see you. Nia Feng said angrily. Just because you didn't see me make an effort doesn't mean I didn't. Of course there's nothing I can do if you guys don't believe me, so I'll just leave. I won't pay you back the little money you gave me. I believe I'm still worth it. Lin Dong was ready to leave when he finished speaking. However, he was stopped by Nia Hongdo. She opened her mouth and asked, Little brother, what is your name? My name is Lin Dong. I wonder what instructions this big sister has. Lin Dong replied. Lin Dong? Nia Hongdo thought carefully for a moment. Changning City and these surrounding cities did not seem to have a large Lin surname clan, did they? Either they had come from somewhere else, or they had just entered the spirit cage world. Looking at Lin Dong's appearance and dress, Nia Hongdo knew that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Are you an adventurer? Yes. Any questions? Kid. How do you step on the horse and talk to my aunt? Believe it or not, I'll scrap. Right now. Before Nia Feng could finish his sentence, he was chided by Nia Hongdo, shut up. Nia Feng didn't expect Aunt Hong to say this about him, and didn't react for a moment. It was only after a few seconds that he came back to his senses and glared at Lin Dong with extreme displeasure in his heart, but he could only resentfully close his mouth and refrain from speaking. He did not dare to disobey Aunt Hong's words. At least right now, he did not dare. Unless he waited until he became the Nia family's family head, only then would he be qualified to disobey. Little brother, looking at your outfit, you don't look like an adventurer. Nia Hongdo continued to ask after chiding Nia Feng. Is there anyone who stipulates that one cannot be an adventurer when dressed like this? Lin Dong asked the other party in return. That's not true. That's not it. I can wear whatever I want. It's not like adventurers say they have to wear anything. Then may I ask, where did you come from, little brother? From the spirit land domain into this spirit cage world. Nia Hongdo was speechless in her heart. Who hadn't entered the spirit cage world from the spirit land domain? Could it be that they were still native to the spirit cage world? In the spirit cage world, other than people, everything else is virtual stuff, but it's these virtual things that have some actual effects and can grow spiritual power. This kid is just pretending to be confused. Since people didn't want to say, Nia Hongdo wasn't going to continue asking. There was nothing to be gained by asking again. Nia Feng, who was on the side, stared hard at Lin Dong. If not for Lin Dong's words, how would he have received Aunt Han's scolding? Little brother, since you don't want to talk about it, forget it. In the middle of nowhere, you'd better stay and go with us. It's safer. My Nia family will keep their promise when they promise something, and after you pass the vetting and become an adventurer escorting us, there will be nothing less than what you deserve. Nia Hongdo's words had just finished, when Nia Feng next to him quit. Nothing has been done,
and you still want to get money? Auntie Hong.
As a result, Nia Fong was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Nia Hongdo.
Isn't what I said clear enough? Clear.
Nia Fong held his breath as he replied.
Then do as I say. Fomer, you're the future head of the Nye family, how can you not even have this much measure? How can you still hand over the Nye family to you in the future? A narrow-minded family head will be the family's sorrow. If you keep being like this, then we'll have to consider replacing you.
Nia Frost, who was walking over, brightened up when he heard this.
However, it dimmed again immediately afterward. It was a pity that she was a daughter and wasn't qualified to compete for the position of family head. Aunt Hong, I understand. Nia Fong lowered his head. He didn't dare to continue speaking for fear of angering Nia Hongdo. With the other party's position in the Nia family, he was qualified to propose replacing him. All right. Hurry up and set off. Return to the family early and tell the family head what just happened. The Lu family dares to treat us like this, they must be made to pay the price. Nia Hongdo's eyes chilled as she quickly left. Nia Fong hurriedly followed. Nia Frost, who had walked over, glanced at Lin Dong and did not stop before directly leaving. Lin Dong stood in place and thought about it. He turned around and boarded the colt. Together is together. Chapter 1136, Descending Point. The group continued on their way, heading in the direction of Changning City. In the colt cart that Lin Dong was in, there were originally 8 people, but now there were still 5 people left. In other words, 2 people had just died in that battle. This was still only one carriage, there were quite a few other deaths as well, adding up to even more. If Lin Dong had stepped in earlier, it was possible to save everyone. However, he did not. In response to this, Lin Dong did not feel any guilt either. The law of nature was the survival of the fittest. He could save once, so what about the second time? Moreover, these adventurers were not all good people. Many of them were bad and had blood on their hands. The carriage with 3 less people didn't have much of an impact on the rest. Obviously, they were all used to seeing this kind of thing. Adventurers. Adventurers. As the name suggests, they were the ones who risked their lives. Whether it was searching for a chance in the endless forest or escorting goods, one could lose their life at any time. In comparison, of course, carrying out escort missions was much safer. The reason why everyone was willing to come to the spirit cage world in such a dangerous situation. One reason was because the range of activities in here was smaller, unlike in the real world, where the entire spirit land domain was so big that it was despairing, and countless people could only be entrenched in a tiny place for the rest of their lives. This was coupled with the fact that almost all of the forces in the spirit land domain had invested a large amount of human and material resources and financial resources in the spirit cage world, causing the money in here to be a little better than the real world. So it caused people from some remote places to squeeze their heads to enter the spirit cage world, while still being able to grow their spiritual power, so why not? After advancing some distance, Lin Dong began to look for topics again. Everyone knew that Lin Dong was the young master of a certain family who had sneaked out to enter the spirit cage world, and basically, they were more pleasing to him and would talk about what they knew. From a few people, Lin Dong learned another piece of information. It also solved a doubt in his heart. When he had just arrived at the spirit cage world and walked out of the endless forest, the few corpses that he had encountered on the road. Why did they not forcefully leave the spirit cage world when they were in danger and on the verge of death? It turned out that it wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't do it. People in the real world, when they enter the spirit cage world, the place they descend to is fixed and is called a descent point, and when they need to leave the spirit cage world, they also need to be within the range of the descent point in order to leave. Cities above the 3rd level in the spirit cage world were all built around these descending points. The larger the city, the larger the scope of the descent point, and countless people would descend and leave every day. The descending points were officially protected places, not belonging to any power, nor did any power dare to seek revenge and kill people here. Once they violated the rules, they would be completely wiped out by the spirit cage world. This was the spirit cage world's hard and fast rule. Thus, when being chased, one only needed to flee to the range of the descent point and one would be safe. The person pursuing would also give up the chase. The closest advent point to Endless City was in Changning City. Other than the descent point, anywhere else, one could not leave the spirit cage world.
When Lin Dong knew this information, he immediately thought of the fact that he had left the spirit cage world once when he left the endless forest and saw the human corpses. Still, he immediately opened the system again and found the option to exit the spirit cage world. It was determined that he could leave the spirit cage world whenever and wherever he wished. With regards to this, Lin Dong did not appear to be much surprised. After all, it was a system. Something that was researched by a god-level civilization. It was only natural that it was not restricted by the rules of the spirit cage world. Along the way, the system had given Lin Dong too many incredible things. At first, it could still surprise him a little. It slowly followed and got used to it. With the things of a god-level civilization in his body and his eyes widened, other civilizations did not seem to be too much on his mind. Another compartment. Nia Hongdo sat inside with her eyes closed and her knees crossed. She was conditioning her body. She had just been injured by the black-clothed masked man's sudden sneak attack. The opponent's strength was not weaker than hers. Fortunately, there were strong people who had secretly made a move, and only then did she barely escape. Otherwise, she would have really planted herself today. Nia Feng and Nia Frost were afraid of disturbing Nia Hongyu and rested in the other compartments. It didn't take long. Nia Hongdo opened her eyes, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. Fortunately, the injuries weren't too serious. After medication, it was already fine. She had a thought in her mind. The strong person who shot in the dark, his strength was unfathomable. No one could find him even after he shot and injured someone, so it was evident that his strength was strong. Such a strong person would never appear here for no reason, much less make a move to save someone for no reason. Since he did, there would definitely be some reason. According to Nia Hongdo's speculation, it might have something to do with that outstanding-looking youngster, Lin Dong. With Nia Hongdo's many years of experience in recognizing people, Lin Dong was a very uncomplicated person. There are some things that cannot be faked. It wasn't that a change of outfit would do. Very simple. A beggar changing into more gorgeous clothes is still a beggar. It is impossible to become an aristocrat. The eyes, the temperament, the demeanor, and the tone of voice can reflect this. Lin Dong's eyes were firm, his aura was extraordinary, his demeanor was calm, and his tone of voice was not subdued, regardless of whether he was facing Nia Feng or her. Judging from this aspect, it was simply not something that an ordinary adventurer could possess. Even when Nia Feng said that he wouldn't pay him and told him to be an asshole, Lin Dong didn't have any fluctuations in either his emotions or his eyes, and was as calm as water. Something that was detailed was often the most telling. Nia Hongdo could feel from Lin Dong's eyes that the way he looked at other people was a bit like looking down on the living beings. Only a person who had been in a high position for a long time could cultivate this kind of gaze. Therefore, Nia Hongdo judged. That strong person who had secretly made a move was most likely here to keep Lin Dong safe. This also made sense. Why was everyone fighting? Lin Dong's surroundings were empty, and he did not even have a single wrinkle in his clothes. It was because no one could even come close to him. Not only that. When questioned by Nia Feng, Lin Dong had also said that he had exerted himself, it was just that people did not see it. It was also a side note. Saving everyone was actually his credit. It was with this in mind. It was only then that Nia Hongdo had loudly rebuked the other party when Nia Feng had disrespected Lin Dong. Even the guards around him were so frighteningly strong. It could be imagined how powerful the forces behind Lin Dong were. Was that something that the Nia family could afford to mess with? Just one guard alone could wipe out the Nia family as a group. Perhaps after returning this time, it was time to hold a meeting to look into the matter of the family's successor. Judging from Nia Feng's performance these days, he doesn't have the eyes and heart of a family head at all. Handing the clan over to him wasn't a wise decision. It was a pity that Nia Frost was a daughter. In terms of breaking even more excellent, he was destined to not become the Nia family's family head, and at most, he could only be like her. However, what made Nia Hongdo not understand was, why would a young master with a noble status like Lin Dong join the adventurer team recruited by the Nia family? Practicing? Or was there an ulterior motive? Nia Hongdo thought for half a day, but could not come up with an explanation. She simply didn't think about it. Whatever. Judging from the fact that the other party was able to step in and save himself, he shouldn't be hostile to the Nia family. That was enough.
Chapter 1137, How did you find out? Nya Hondo forced herself not to think about Lin Dong.
However, when she closed her eyes, her mind was in turmoil and Lin Dong's face kept appearing, so she could not do anything else at all. She still felt that she needed to figure out Lin Dong's true identity before she could feel at ease. Following a terrifyingly strong person around was always something that did not make people feel very at ease. Thus, she called for her maid and asked him to go and invite Lin Dong over. Lin Dong was chatting with everyone in the carriage. As more and more topics were discussed, the more he learned about the spirit cage world. At this moment, a voice suddenly came to mind outside.
May I ask if Mr. Lin is here? Lin Dong froze. He looked around for a moment.
It was discovered that everyone had their gazes turned towards themselves.
Was this calling for himself?
It was his first time in the spirit cage world, so he should not have known many people. Doubtful as he was, Lin Dong still spoke out and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Another voice came from outside. "I am looking for Mr. Lin Dong Lin." It was really here to look for himself. Lin Dong got up and walked out of the cult and saw a 27 to 28-year-old looking woman in a green shirt standing there.
I am Lin Dong, may I ask what the young lady is looking for me for? Do we know each other? Lin Dong asked.
My lady is looking for you, please move with me, Mr. Lin. The green shirt woman said respectfully.
Her gaze looked at Lin Dong with eyes full of curiosity.
Before arriving, the young lady had specifically ordered that she must not show the slightest disrespect to Lin Dong and must respectfully invite him over.
What made the green-shirt woman not understand was, what was there about an adventurer that deserved Mrs. attention? What was the status of the young lady?
The personal sister of the Nya family, head of the Flux Star Nya family, highly valued by the family head, with excellent strength and ability. Her status in the Nya family had a very high level, almost second only to the family head as the number 2 person. She was also the head of the Nya family who had entered the Linglong world this time. Even the family head had to take what she said seriously. As for Lin Dong, he was nothing more than an adventurer who was mingling at the lowest level. Even if he was indeed good looking,
it wasn't so bad that it would make the young lady take it so seriously, was it? Could it be that the young lady is in lust? Want to eat young grass old cow? Not to mention, there is really this possibility.
Otherwise, why would Miss go out of her way to rebuke young Master Nya Fong in order to relieve Lin Dong, an adventurer?
Thinking about this, the green-shirt woman began to scrutinize Lin Dong's appearance.
The more she looked, the brighter the light in her eyes became.
Other than Lin Dong's status as an adventurer, he was somewhat unworthy of the young lady.
Other than that, he was almost in a perfect state in terms of image. It was simply a match made in heaven with the young lady.
This skin was too mesmerizing and ornamental.
The green-shirt woman had never seen such an attractive man so far. None of the men who pursued the young lady on the Flux Star were comparable, or even worse by more than a star. The only beauty was that the status was too low. As soon as Lin Dong heard the green-shirt woman say that Miss invited him, he had already guessed a generalization in his heart.
Those who could be called Miss. It could only be someone from the Nya family.
It was most likely the beautiful woman who had just relieved herself.
This sister, what is it that your miss is looking for me for? Lin Dong asked again.
At this moment, the green-shirt woman was thinking in her mind that if Lin Dong became the lady's man, then according to the custom, the few of them who had grown up following the lady as maidservants were also required to follow the lady to serve Lin Dong. Serving this young and handsome man in front of them did not seem so overwhelming. At least it was much smoother than those smelly men who were pursuing Miss on the Flux Star. Anyway, it was impossible for them, the maids, to have the opportunity to marry, and they could only follow Miss for the rest of their lives. Whoever the young lady marries, they will serve.
Wouldn't it be good to find a young, handsome, and smooth-looking man?
The green-shirt woman's face began to turn scarlet. Lin Dong, on the other hand, looked puzzled.
What is wrong with this young lady? Why did her face turn red all of a sudden?
It couldn't be that she was thinking of her lover.
Were all the women in the Spirit Land domain so open? Thinking about this so openly in broad daylight? Miss? Miss sister?
Lin Dong opened his mouth and called out twice more, and one louder than the other.
Ah. Oh. What did you just say, Mr. Lin?
The green-shirt woman was awakened by Lin Dong's voice and came back to her senses, asking hurriedly.
I said, what is your lady looking for me for? I don't know.
Miss just asked me to come and ask you to come over. She didn't tell me anything.
Mr. Lin, let's go quickly. A moment later, Miss should be waiting anxiously.
The green shirt woman said with a red face.
All right. Then you lead the way in front.
Lin Dong agreed after some thought.
Mr. Lin, please follow me. The green shirt woman said and walked ahead.
Lin Dong jumped off the colt and followed behind.
The two quickly arrived at the colt cart that Nia Hongdo was traveling in.
Sir Lin, please.
Miss is waiting for you inside.
The green shirt woman took a step back and made a pleased gesture. Lin Dong was not polite as he directly walked up and entered the colt. As soon as he entered the colt cart, he saw a beautiful woman sitting inside, the very same woman who had just relieved himself.
Mr. Lin, please sit down. Nia Hongdo said politely as she stood up.
Lin Dong walked over to Nia Hongdo's opposite side and sat down as he asked, I don't know what Miss Nia is looking for me for? Please forgive me for taking the liberty of inviting Mr. Lin over. First of all, it's to make amends and apologize to Mr. Lin.
Make amends for what? Apologize for what?
Lin Dong was puzzled. My young nephew Niafeng has just bumped into Sir Lin. I hope that Sir Lin will be magnanimous and not take him to task. As Niafeng's elder, I am here to make amends and apologize to you on his behalf. Nia Hongdo bowed along with Lin Dong as he finished speaking.
Just this matter, A trivial matter, don't worry Ms. Nia, I, Lin Dong, am not the narrow-minded type of person and will not take it personally.
Lin Dong waved his hand.
Many thanks, Mr. Lin.
Nia Hongdo thought to herself, it is true that people cultivated by great powers, this heart alone is not comparable to anyone.
Nia Feng was far too far from that. Is there anything else Miss Nia wants? If there is nothing, I will leave first.
Lin Dong said before getting up to take his leave. Please be slow, Mr. Lin. Nia Hongdo hurriedly spoke out to stop him.
Miss Nia still has something to do?
Thank you, Mr. Lin, for saving my life today. If it wasn't for you being able to, the Nia family would have suffered heavy losses. We are unable to repay you. I still request Mr. Lin to accept a bow from my youngest daughter.
Nia Hongdo said and actually really knelt on the ground.
Lin Dong looked at Nia Hongdo who was kneeling in front of him and was curious in his heart.
How does she know that she had struck in secret?
The time he had struck out was very stealthy and his speed was also very fast. It was reasonable to say that with the strength of the woman in front of him, it would be impossible for her to discover it. Not to mention that she was still fighting at the time and simply didn't have time to pay attention to anything else.
However, since he had already been discovered, Lin Dong would not deliberately try to conceal it anymore.
There was no need for that. Thus, he sat down again, crossed his legs and asked, Miss Nia, I'm curious, how did you know that it was me who stepped in to save you guys?
With this amount of strength you have, you shouldn't be able to find out yet, right? Chapter 1138 Winged Man.
Lin Dong sat in the colt with his legs crossed. Nia Hongdo, on the other hand, respectfully knelt in front of him.
If this scene was seen by others outside, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. The number 2 person of the Nia family, the head of the spirit cage world, would actually kneel down to an adventurer? Unbelievable. Incomprehensible.
Only the person in question, Nia Hongdo, knew that he had knelt willingly and rightfully. It was because if there was no Lin Dong,
not only would the Nia family have suffered heavy losses,
Nia Hongdo's life would also come to an end.
She would even be humiliated before she died. Kneeling her life-saving benefactor was a normal thing in Nia Hongdo's opinion. Even though this benefactor looked young. Back to Mr. Lin, you're right.
With this amount of strength I have, I couldn't even discover the Lord who made a secret move, except that my sixth sense has always been very accurate, and from the first time I saw you, I knew that you were definitely not an adventurer mixing at the bottom of the ladder, but rather, a great person of honorable status.
Nia Hongdo replied. Oh? Is it because I am not dressed like an adventurer?
Lin Dong looked at the clothes on his body and indeed, he did not look much like one. In fact, when he had just entered the spirit cage world, he had discovered this problem. It was only that he did not care too much about it and was too lazy to deliberately dress up.
It's not just a matter of dress.
Mr. Lin, a person's aura, demeanor, and the tone of voice they speak will reflect the person's upbringing and status from the side. and I sensed from Mr. Lin an aura that only the great ones possessed, and coupled with the fact that there was someone else strong who secretly made a move to repel the two of them, Lu Ji, I associated it with you.
Nia Hongdo explained. A big shot? Lin Dong smiled.
He was originally a college student who sent outside and traveled all the way after obtaining the system. From Earth to the Milky Way galaxy, then from the Milky Way galaxy to the Star Void realm, and soon it was estimated that he would travel from the Star Void realm to the Spirit Lan domain. Every time he arrived at a place, he would soon rely on the system, this lord of the place. As the strength continued to rise, the identity continued to change.
Under the subtle transformation,
Lin Dong felt that he had indeed changed greatly. Miss Nia, since you know, I won't hide it from you, I am indeed not an adventurer, but rather, I came to the Spirit Cage world to practice, and have just come to the Spirit Cage world not long ago. As for the origin, I am not in a position to say more. I hope you can understand, and I also hope that you can keep it a secret for me for the time being, and don't divulge it. In return,
if there is anything that you need to help out in the future, feel free to open your mouth, and in the event
that it does not violate the principles,
I will try my best to help you.
With a wave of his hand after Lin Dong finished speaking, there was a force that lifted Nia Hongdo up.
Please rest assured, Mr. Lin. I, Nia Hongdo, swear that even in the face of the threat of death, I will definitely not reveal your information.
If I violate this oath, I will surely be tortured to death.
Nia Hongdo hurriedly promised excitedly. There was no way for her not to be excited.
Lin Dong had personally said so. He could be approached if there were any difficulties in the future. What did this indicate? It showed that in the future, she would be able to rely on Lin Dong as a big tree. Regardless of whether it was her or the Nye family, both would benefit endlessly.
I believe in you, alright, if there's nothing else, I'll go out first, remember. Next you're still the employer, and still you're the hired adventurer, got it?
Understood.
Take care, Mr. Lin.
Lin Dong walked out of the cult.
Nia Hongdo bowed behind him.
It was only inside the cult car and not outside for fear of being seen.
It was not until after Lin Dong left. Only then did Nia Hongdo's nervous heart relax.
At the same time, there was a burst of stealing joy. Being able to obtain Lin Dong's approval was something she had not expected.
Perhaps this accident would completely change the fate of the Nye family and her.
Lin Dong returned to his cult.
The group continued in the direction of Changning City. It did not encounter any accidents next. The group arrived at Changning City peacefully. Compared to Endless City, Changning City was much larger. Changning City was much larger and more prosperous.
After all, it was a tertiary city with a descent point. Every day, there were many people that traveled back and forth between the Spirit Lan domain and the Spirit Cage world from here. After arriving at Changning City, Lin Dong quietly left the group and began to wander around Changning City. He soon came to a huge building. This building occupied almost 1/10 of the entire Changning City, and was at the very center of Changning City, with a very large area.
There were countless exits around it.
Based on Lin Dong's understanding of the Spirit Cage world in Changning City, this should be the so-called descent point. It was also one of the entrances to the Spirit Cage world from the Spirit Lan domain. There were many entrances like this in the Spirit Cage world, and any city above the 3rd level had them. It was said that when the Spirit Cage world had just been successfully constructed, there were still only forests and wild beasts when the humans of the Spirit Lan domain entered it.
As more and more people entered the Spirit Cage,
then they slowly began to build cities around the descent points. Only then did the current Spirit Cage world gradually come into being.
The second largest area of human activity in the Spirit Lan domain.
Lin Dong looked at the people entering and exiting the advent point through the various entrances. He was originally prepared to go in and take a look.
Later on, he thought better of it. He did not need this thing anyway. As long as he wanted to, he could leave the Spirit Cage world and return to the real world at any time. Right now, it was still important to spend money to obtain Divine Magnificence points first.
With only 200 Divine Magnificence points, that is, spending 20 billion Spirit Void coins, his strength in the real world would be able to break through
the current half-step Void God level barrier and reach the true Void God level.
It was better to see how to spend the 20 billion Spirit Void coins first. As he turned around and prepared to leave the advent point, Lin Dong spotted a strange man walking out of the exit of the advent point. This man was not much different from other humans. The only difference was that he had 2 fluffy wings behind him.
It was similar to a bird's wings, just slightly larger. Humans had wings?
This was the first time Lin Dong had seen something so peculiar.
Could it be that it was a human and some kind of bird breeding under the rear? Humans and birds? No matter how you look at it, you don't think that these two races can be combined together. However, as an open-minded earthling, Lin Dong was still able to accept it. After all, on Earth, in some TV dramas, humans and snakes were able to have children, so what was impossible with birds? Once an animal cultivated into essence and took human form, there was no difference between it and a human. Of course, this is all made up by people on Earth. Whether or not an animal can cultivate into human form like in the Earth's myths, it's hard to say. As a youth of the new era. Previously, Lin Dong would never have believed it. But now he was a little shaken again. After encountering more strange things, there was nothing that was unacceptable. After the man with wings on his back walked out, he was followed by several of the same race. Lin Dong also realized. These few people with wings on their backs, regardless of whether they were male or female, seemed to have a higher face value than ordinary humans. It could be that the genes were good. Chapter 1139, Unseen. When the group of people all walked out, Lin Dong counted that there were a total of 8 people. 3 males and 5 females. Other than having a pair of wings, the rest of them were more or less the same as humans. It was nothing more than being that much more handsome. However, this was only compared to ordinary people. If they were compared to Lin Dong, they were still that much less interesting. When the others saw these guys, some of them stopped and looked at them for a couple of moments, while others did not pay any attention at all, presumably because they were already used to it. Since they had walked out from the descent point, it was definitely not possible for them to have appeared here for the first time. Lin Dong walked up and brushed past the other party, taking a few careful glances halfway through. It had indeed grown straight out from his back. After the other party disappeared into thin air, Lin Dong pulled a passerby and asked for information about these people. It turned out that they were called the winged human race, a branch of the human race that was small in number and lived on top of a planet called Winged Star in the spirit Lan domain. The winged people race possessed 2 wings from birth. With continuous growth, the wings would also grow feathers, and when the feathers were full, they could fly. It was considered an exceptionally gifted race. Learning about the winged human race, Lin Earth no longer continued to pay attention. He had just seen it for the first time and was just curious in his heart. Lin Dong then continued to stroll around Chongqing City. Wherever he saw places selling things, he went in to have a look. After turning around in a big circle, Lin Dong zhushed his brows. Although Chongqing City was more prosperous than Endless City, it seemed that it was not that easy to spend 20 billion spiritual void coins in a short period of time. It was really the things that were sold that were too cheap for Lin Dong. There was no need to mention the household items. Even if one bought the entire city, it would not cost much. Even weapons and equipment, exotic treasures and these things were not very expensive. It ranged from tens of thousands to tens, millions. The ones that were in the tens of millions were very few. The key was that some of the things that were priced at tens of millions of dollars weren't worth that much at all. Even if they were bought, the system would only count the part that was truly worth it. This made Lin Dong's head hurt. According to the average of 2 million pieces, one would have to buy tens of thousands of pieces to spend 20 billion spirit void coins. Tens of thousands of pieces. What a concept! They were piled up into a mountain. Lin Dong was extremely depressed. One could not really collect all the exotic treasures in the entire city. Lin Dong was not willing to do anything that was too high profile. It was not that he was afraid of attracting attention. With his current strength, so what if he attracted attention? If anyone dared to come and hit him, wouldn't they be looking for death? It was just his personality that made him really dislike being exposed to everyone's gaze. Chongqing City was only a 3rd-tier city, and those stationed here were all small families from remote places in the spirit Lan domain. Just like the Nye family, for example. They were considered one of several top-tier families in Chongqing City. However, in reality, in the real world, the flux star where the Nye family was located was just a very remote planet in the spirit Lan domain. It was simply unremarkable. A truly big power would at least be stationed in a 1st-tier city or even a main city. That was where the money was wielded. In the spirit cage world, don't look at the difference between the 3rd-tier city Chongqing City and the 2nd-tier 1st-tier city. But the actual difference was heaven and earth. Let's put it this way.
A random force in a level 2 city would be able to sweep a level 3 city. From this, it could be seen how big the difference in strength was when there was a difference of one level. However, Lin Dong was not aware of this. He was somewhat skeptical if the prices in the spirit cage world were all very low.
If that was really the case, it would be even harder to spend a large amount of money. Alas!
Lin Dong shook his head helplessly.
After thinking for a moment, he decided to go and ask Nia Hongdo about the situation. There was no need to hide it since she knew her identity. Let's see if we can get her to help out by spending $20 billion to break through to the Void God level first, and then take our time with the later ones. Anyway, there was still 300 years before the Blue Clan came to attack, enough time for Lin Dong to be completely prepared. After inquiring all the way,
Lin Dong arrived at the place where the Nia family resided in a short while.
A very nice building. The 3 big characters Nia Mansion were written on it. There were also 2 guards guarding the entrance.
Just as Lin Dong walked up, he was stopped by one of the guards. The guard looked Lin Dong up and down. Probably also sensing that Lin Dong was not an ordinary person, he did not blow him away.
Instead, he politely asked, "This is the Nia Mansion, I don't know what the gentleman is looking for?" "I'm looking for Nia Hongdo, go inform me." Lin Dong replied.
"Your Excellency wants to see our young lady, please also inform us of your identity and name so that we can relay the message, otherwise you will be punished as there are too many people who want to see our young lady." The guard explained. "Then you can say that it is Lin Dong who is looking for her for something.
She will then know." "All right."
"Then wait a moment, Mr. Lin, I will go inform." After the guard finished speaking, he turned around and entered the Nia Mansion. The other stood in the middle of the gate watching Lin Dong to prevent him from breaking in.
Deep inside the Nia Mansion, inside a female's boudoir, Nia Hongdo was sitting there sulking.
Originally, she had been happy all the way when she had befriended this big shot, Lin Dong.
As a result, she did not expect to find out that Lin Dong had disappeared just after returning to the family.
It was only when she asked the adventurer who sat in a cult with Lin Dong that she realized.
When they had just entered Changning City,
Lin Dong had already left. That meant that people were not prepared to tell her at all.
Alas! Nia Hongdo sighed, her heart depressed.
Originally, she thought that she had leaned on a big tree.
Unexpectedly, people were just talking about it. It made her instantly feel that even the Silver King Jiaolong and the fierce beast in her den didn't smell good anymore.
Let's just walk away,
Nia Hongdo felt.
That person beside Lin Dong who was secretly protecting him was so strong that he might be able to easily exterminate all the forces in Changning City.
A big shot like that should not have appeared in the 3rd level city of Changning City.
It was already a great stroke of luck to have a chance encounter, and to think that one could cross paths with someone else.
It was too naive.
She had already sent someone to the descent point to return to the real world and tell the Nia family head about the Silver King Jiao Dragon and the fierce beast in her pill. When the Nia family head arrived, they would then discuss whether to keep the fierce beast in her den for the Nia family's own use or go to a secondary city to find a buyer to sell it to make a large sum of money.
Anyway, no matter which one you choose,
the Nia family had made a huge profit this time. When the matter of the fierce beast in her pill was resolved, they'd then go find those bastards from the Lu family to take revenge.
Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door. "Who is it?" Nia Hongdo asked. "Miss, it's me." A female voice came from outside. "What is it?" "Miss, there's someone looking outside the mansion." "Not to be seen," Nia Hongdo directly rebuffed.
She thought it was those suitors again, knowing that she was back and immediately paying a visit.
"Miss, are you sure you won't see them?" "Sure."
"Xinger, where are you so full of crap, is your skin itching?" "Miss, think about it, the person who wants to see you is Mr. Lin, he said he came to see you for something."
"Mr. Lin? Which Mr. Lin?" Nia Hongdo was puzzled. "It's the same Mr. Lin that you asked me to invite. Have you forgotten?"